Chapter 662. Fatty Chin turned around abruptly. When he saw that familiar face, his eyes turned red and his nose turned sour. Without hesitation, he knelt down on one knee and spoke in a deep voice. Tianmo cult elder, Fatty Chin, greets the patriarch. Boom. That one knee landed heavily on the ground, and a crack even appeared on the ground. The middle-aged man was full of reverence. How does he know that the patriarch is the patriarch? Di Tian seemed to be saying a tongue twister, but everyone knew what he was trying to say. They all knew that the reason Ning Tian was called the founder was because he was the husband of the Empress of the heavenly demon cult. That was why he was called the founder. But the middle-aged man in front of them was also a member of the Tianmo cult. Judging from his appearance and the time he was frozen, even if he was also a member of the Tianmo cult, his qualifications and status were definitely higher than Luo Wuqing and the others. Most importantly, he had been frozen for so long. How could he recognize Ning Tian's identity at a glance? Even the two women at the side were stunned. Don't be surprised. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at everyone from the heavenly demon cult in the divine domain. He looked at all of them and chuckled. Because I am the patriarch of the heavenly demon cult, and also the founder of the Tianmo cult. Hearing this, Di Tian and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Why was the patriarch called the patriarch? Was it because he was the husband of the Empress, or because he was the founder of the Tianmo cult? I see. The law of time and the law of space. I didn't expect things to be like this. Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro both murmured. With their intelligence, they finally understood what was going on. When Ning Tian said that he saw Luo Wuqing's father stealing, the two women didn't believe him. But now, it seemed that Ning Tian was telling the truth. It was just that the time to steal was not now. Perhaps there was a mutation in the laws of space and time, and during the 2 years Ning Tian had disappeared, there was a high possibility that this mutation had happened to him, and because of it, he had returned to the past in terms of time or to a certain extent. He met certain people and did certain things. As a result, this explained why the ice god, who had lived for 1,000,000 years, called Ning Tian master, and why the frozen elder of the Tianmo cult knew that he was the patriarch at first sight. No wonder. Why do I say that there are some strange rules in the cult? Luo Wuqing glanced at Ning Tian. Previously, she had noticed that the person who became the cult master's husband would have to be addressed as ancestral master by the cult members. At first, she felt that it was strange. Why would there be such an awkward way of addressing him? It turned out that everything was a path that Ning Tian had paved for herself. Ning Tian gave a dry cough. Indeed. He wrote this rule himself so that it would not affect the future. The other rules were written by the elders of the Tianmo cult. As expected of my wife. You are indeed smart. Ning Tian chuckled and looked at the two women. Then, he raised his eyebrows. But aren't you guys surprised? What are you surprised about? Didn't you tell us not to be surprised? Luo Wuqing rolled her eyes at Ning Tian. Ning Tian. Oh wow. There was no reward. On the side. Seeing the two women suddenly enlightened, Di Tian and the others were confused. What and what? What rules? What does it mean? Are we not on the same channel? Why can't I understand at all? Roar. On the other side, the ceiling flame Lion King roared in realization. Lion King, do you understand? Old Shu asked softly. Roar. Roar. The Lion King pointed and wrote the words in the shape of a lion. What do you know? Pretending to know when you don't. This makes Master Lion seem smarter. Everyone's eyes lit up. You can do this. I've learned it. Fatty Chin, how many years has it been since we last met? Ning Tian ignored the group of people who were led astray by the Lion King. He looked at Fatty Chin, helped him up from the ground, and asked with a smile. Ancestral Master, it has been 1,000,000 years. Fatty Chin's eyes were red. Although he looked much older than Ning Tian, in his heart, the ancestral master would always be the ancestral master who taught him. 1,000,000 years. Ning Tian let out a long sigh. Yes. 1,000,000 years. But to him, it was only a few years. But to Ling, Fatty Chin, and the people of Chin village? That was a genuine 1,000,000 years old. Damn! 1,000,000 years. On the side. Hearing this, Di Tian and the others were dumbfounded. The ancestral master was an old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years. By the way, where are Qin Feng and Qin Qin? I remember that when you failed to cultivate for 2 years, they were the ones who cheered you on. Ning Tian looked at Fatty Chin with a smile. It was clearly 1,000,000 years ago, but he said it as if it was just yesterday. Qin Feng. Qin Qin. Fatty Chin was stunned for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. They are dead. They died in battle. Hearing this, the smile on Ning Tian's face froze. His expression darkened. The faces of the 2 children flashed across his mind. Qin Qin was the little girl who had asked him what he wanted to teach at the very beginning. Chapter 640, Qin Qin, unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, he would never see them again. Ning Tian was silent. He had already prepared himself to lose a lot in 1,000,000 years, but when he faced it head-on, he still found it hard to accept. Ancestral Master, you don't have to think too much. Fatty Chin shook his head and said seriously, they died for the Tianmo cult. They don't have any regrets. If it wasn't for the Ancestral Master, their lives wouldn't have been so bright. Although they are dead, but at least they have shone. Ning Tian was silent for a moment, then patted Fatty Chin's shoulder with a serious face and sighed. Fatty Chin, you have grown up a lot. You are no longer the little Fatty who avoids cultivation. For the Ancestral Master, for the Tianmo cult, I have to grow up. Fatty Chin shook his head, and his eyes flashed. After all, I am an elder of the Tianmo cult. I can't lose face for the Ancestral Master. After all, I promised you that I would make the heavenly demonic power shine in my hand. Ancestral Master, I, Fatty Chin, did not go back on my word. Yes, you have done very well. Ning Tian nodded. Even after being frozen for a long time, the Tianmo cult was still very powerful at this moment. That's right. Ancestral Master, Qin Qin and Qin Feng once told me that they have a message for you when I see you again. Fatty Chin looked at Ning Tian and said slowly. What message? Ning Tian raised an eyebrow. Ancestral Master, we have made the Tianmo cult shine, and at the same time we have done it. And Ancestral Master. Thank you. As Fatty Chin's voice fell, the surroundings seemed to fall into a dead silence. Chapter 663. Inside the frozen cave. Everyone fell silent when they heard Fatty Chin's words. Their expressions were somewhat moved. It was as if they could see the parting of life and death. It was as if they could see the scene of them smiling and saying thank you to the Ancestral Master before they died. Ning Tian felt a lump in his throat. Although he had only taught these little guys for a little over 2 years, to the little guys of Qin village, he was the one who changed their lives. He was their unchanging faith from ancient times to ancient times. I know. They did a great job. I am very gratified. Ning Tian nodded solemnly. Because the space-time scissor's energy was full, he could not control the time he returned. Therefore, when he left, the Tianjin cult was only in name. He had given the Tianjin cult a shell, but the real ones who had given the Tianjin cult its soul were these little fellows. Don't worry. You have used your blood to build the Tianjin cult. Similarly, I will not let you down. I will let the name of the Tianjin cult resound throughout the entire divine realm and the entire mysterious heaven continent. A glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes as he muttered to himself. Di Tian and the others were shocked when they heard those words. They were stunned for a moment before their gazes fell on Ning Tian. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. It was as if they could see the rise of a force that would rule the entire mysterious heaven continent in the future. 10 minutes later, every member of the heavenly demon cult had awakened from their frozen state. Among the several thousand people, there were quite a few who had black marks on their necks, and the elders from Qin village had already passed away. When everyone woke up and saw Ning Tian, their expressions were extremely serious. Tianmo cult elder Fatty Chin leads the cult to pay our respects to the Ancestral Master. Fatty Chin stood in front of everyone and looked at Ning Tian in awe. He bowed and saluted. Greetings to the ancestral master. Greetings to the ancestral master of the Tianjin cult. Everyone shouted in unison. The scene was so deafening that it was deafening. Detected the power of faith. The heart of humanity has begun beating. Beginning absorption of the light of faith. Current, 100,001,0000. The host's absorption of faith energy has been completed. The host can release the light of faith once. In the hearts of the three races, the heart of the human race has grown. When everyone in the Tianmo cult looked at Ning Tian in awe, the system's voice rang out in his mind again. Inside Ning Tian's dantian, the hearts of the three races were also beating wildly with spiritual energy. The heart of humanity was constantly growing stronger, a method of faith in the silhouette. Ning Tian murmured. Then, his eyes flashed as he looked at the group of people from the Tianmo cult in the God domain. Everyone. Welcome back. Do you have the confidence to make the Tianmo cult resound throughout God's domain once more? Do you wish to serve the Tianmo cult? In the frozen cave, Ning Tian's voice resounded in the surroundings. We are at your command, ancestral master. Qin Fati knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice. Behind him, thousands of people knelt on one knee. We are at your command, ancestral master. 1,000,000 years ago, we were members of the Tianmo cult. 1,000,000 years later, we are still members of the Tianmo cult. Good. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up slightly. In this way, a force had begun to take shape. Di Tian and the Great Void Patriarch couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hiss. If that's the case, even if we don't count the Heavenly Palace and the Ice God of the Southern Frost Starry Sea, the Ancestral Master's own force is already an extremely powerful force. The Tianmo cult was now very powerful, and its members were all in the immortal realm. The only thing they lacked was ancient God realm experts. However, Ning Tian did not lack ancient God realm experts behind him. The Tianmo cult had completely surpassed them. The Myriad Temple and the Virtual God Palace were not worth mentioning in front of the Tianmo cult. How about, let's join the Tianmo cult? At the side. Old Shu thought about it seriously and then said, Ancestral Master, our Great Void Patriarch said that the Virtual God Palace wants to join the Tianmo cult. The Virtual God Palace wants to join the Tianmo cult. Ning Tian thought for a moment and then nodded slightly. Okay. In any case, Old Shu was considered one of them. The expansion of the Tianmo cult was also about annexing forces. Since they wanted to join, he would do as they wished. At the side, the Great Void Patriarch was confused. How could his own sect be gone? Ha. Di Tian looked over with a gloating gaze. At this moment, Di Wuji looked at Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, why don't you let the Myriad Temple join the Tianmo cult? The gloating smile on Di Tian's face instantly disappeared. Good fellow. In the blink of an eye, his sect had been sold out. He was really filial. These two little guys. Di Tian and the Great Void Patriarch shook their heads helplessly, but they didn't blame them for making the decision without permission. After all, they had already thought of joining the Ancestral Master. However, the Ancestral Master was the Heavenly Palace. How could the Heavenly Palace join him? But now, since the Ancestral Master had the Tianmo cult, they could naturally join him. It was still the same sentence. If they couldn't beat him, then join him. They weren't stupid if they didn't hug his thigh. Now, I can finally have my own force in the divine realm. Ning Tian muttered. Although he was a member of the Heavenly Palace and had the Ice God Palace behind him, these were not what he wanted. What he wanted was his own force. But, the Tianmo cult, where should we build it? Ning Tian frowned slightly. For a force to rise, at the very least, it needed a place full of spiritual energy to build it, right? How about building it in the fire domain? Or the demon god domain? At the side. The two girls asked tentatively. Ning Tian was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No need. It's too troublesome. Originally, the precept domain was a good choice, but the spiritual energy in the precept domain has just recovered, and Old Man Dao and the others can't protect themselves. Hearing this, the two girls were silent. Then where was the heavenly demon cult's resting place? Ning Qian frowned and pondered. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a little lion. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Maybe, I have a good idea. Saying this, Ning Qian directly took out the map of the divine realm and found the Big Dipper domain. After looking around, he locked onto a position. This is a small spirit sea, but it is connected to the domain of the Middle Continent, the Blaze domain, the Demon God domain, and even the Precept domain. Even the Heaven domain is very close to this place, and if the heavenly demon cult is built here, isn't that very convenient? Hearing this, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro both looked over. After looking around, they found that this spirit sea was connected to these domains, and these domains were all closely related to Ning Tian. If the Tianmo cult was built here, it would be very convenient to take care of them. This place is good, and it has an extremely rich spiritual energy, but it is a sea. Do you want to build the Tianmo cult on the surface of the sea or at the bottom of the sea? Su Yuyaro frowned slightly and asked. No. There's no need at all. A smile appeared on Ning Tian's face as she looked at Little Lion. We have the land. Chapter 664. There's land. The Flame Lion King. The two women froze for a moment. Their eyes fell on the Flame Lion King, and everyone else also looked at the little lion. Roar. Burp. Noticing everyone's gazes, the Lion King blinked its eyes in confusion and burped in passing. Let's go. Let's go to that place first. Ning Tian chuckled and didn't explain. She only looked at the crowd and said, let's go. Yes. Patriarch. Everyone shouted in unison. Let's go. Ning Tian said and was about to turn around, but after seeing Lan Bing and the Winter Spirit Clan, he said to them, you're free. You can return to the Ice God Palace or continue to stay here as the Winter Spirit Clan. However, Lan Bing shook her head. Her gaze landed on Luo Wuqing and she said in a serious tone, although our contract with Lord Ice God has been dissolved, our contract with Young Mistress still continues. We will follow Young Mistress. Lan Bing, Luo Wuqing walked over and looked at her. In that case, then, join the Tianmo cult. Yes. Lan Bing nodded. And now, the Tianmo cult, which was already powerful, would become even more powerful with the addition of the Wanxiang Palace, the Void Spirit Technique, and the Winter Spirit Clan. Let's go. Ning Tian smiled slightly. He seemed to be able to see the rise of the Tianmo cult. Big Dipper Starfield. Above the spirit sea between several fields, thousands of figures stepped on the void and looked at this spirit sea. The spirit sea was vast. If it was filled, it could be regarded as a small field, which was enough for the establishment of the Tianmo cult. Husband, what should we do next? The two women looked at Ning Tian and asked. Well, we have to let Shuo Tian come. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly. Then, she pulled out the red cloud sword and slowly approached the flame-sealing Lion King. Raise a lion for 1,000 days, use it for a moment. Shuo Tian, it's time for you to contribute. Meow, meow, meow. Seeing the ancestral masters cut meat. Oh, no, Scarlet Heaven Sword. The sealed flame Lion King was so scared that its mother tongue came out. Did Master Lion make a mistake after all? Unexpectedly, was Master Lion going to end up as the ancestral master's food? However, Master Lion hadn't bathed in a long time. For the sake of the ancestral master's peace of mind and for the sake of the ancestral master's health, it was better to let Master Lion take a bath first. This was Master Lion's last bit of gentleness. Shuo Tian, what are you, a lion, waiting for? Ning Tian rolled her eyes at the Lion King, interrupting the Lion King's thoughts. Are you going to spit it out yourself, or do you want me to cut open your stomach and take it out? Roar! Hearing this, the flame-sealing Lion King wiped the tear from its eyes and suddenly realized that it was the little devil field that Master Lion had swallowed. It had scared Master Lion to death. Little Devil Domain. Hearing this, Di Tian and the Great Void Old Ancestor were stunned for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes lit up. I remember a few years ago, there was a rumor that the Demon Clan's Little Devil Domain was swallowed by a monstrous beast. Could it be? It's the flame-sealing Lion King. You shocked Di Tian and the great void old ancestor with the flame-sealing Lion King. Reward: flame-sealing Lion King's IQ +1. Finally. The flame-sealing Lion King had finally relied on its own strength to fight for itself. You'll know soon enough. Sho Tian, spit. Ning Tian chuckled, then looked at the flame-sealing Lion King and ordered. Roar. Roar. The flame-sealing Lion King roared. Following that, the lion fur all over its body flickered with a dazzling golden-red color, and its body began to grow larger and larger, becoming extremely ferocious. Its aura also continued to rise due to its size. Boom, boom, boom. Its body carried with it scalding hot flames, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be evaporated by it. A Daotai transformed into a baleful heavenly being could even fight against a supreme ancient god. Oh my god! Looking at the gigantic flame-sealing Lion King, the group of people who had never seen Sho Tian's true body sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with deep shock. A second ago, it was still a lucky and adorable creature, but in the next second, it had transformed into an ancient ferocious beast. Sho Tian, spit out the little demon region, cover this sea region, this is the place where my Tianmo cult is established. Ning Tian stepped into the void, then instantly appeared above Sho Tian's head, looking at the sea region, and said indifferently to the flame-sealing Lion King. If these words were to be heard by the experts of the little demon region who had died, they would definitely curse. Forget about the destruction of the little demon region, even the region had to be forcefully renamed, your uncle. Roar. The flame-sealing Lion King roared, and it was like a thunderclap. Next. After receiving the order, Sho Tian directly opened its monstrous mouth, which was filled with darkness. The mouth of a Daotai was equivalent to a void, and it was precisely because of this that it could endlessly devour. Roar. Roar. Amidst the roars, the little demon region slowly appeared beside the lion's mouth, then directly smashed into the sea region below. Boom. 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 Rumble. When the little demon region filled the sea region, waves suddenly surged, and countless spiritual energy surged wildly. Even the surrounding regions were affected by it. Countless spiritual energy began to condense, which directly alarmed many experts in the surrounding. Soon, more and more auras appeared around, and they all wanted to find out what was going on. When they saw the monstrous ferocious beast, they were all shocked. What was going on? Wu Qing. Ning Tian. Ancestral Master. Little Ning. At this moment, in the sky, three puzzled voices sounded. Luo Zetian, Wu Qing's uncle, the wolf-blood demon god, and reincarnation Dao god all appeared in the sky. They happened to be from the fire region, demon region, and precept region, and Ning Tian's movement just now had already alarmed them. What are you doing? Luo Zetian looked at the monstrous beast with fear in his heart. Even a heavenly god like him might not be able to withstand a bite from this ferocious beast. Naturally, I'm building a place for my Tianmo cult. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a chuckle, since there's no place for me to stay, I can only do it myself. The three of them were silent. Tianmo cult. Luo Zetian naturally knew about the Tianmo cult. He glanced at the sky, and when he saw Fatty Qin and the others in the sky, he suddenly thought of something. It can actually be unsealed. Qin Luo didn't lie. Little Ning, you've made the little demon region your own region. As expected of you. Dao God reincarnation sighed. Upon hearing this, many experts in the surroundings who had come over after seeing the commotion were shocked. They were going to forcefully create a region? Who exactly were they? How could they have such a bold idea? 3 chapters first, one more, around 11 o'clock. Chapter 665. At this moment, when the small devil realm was spat out from the void, the surrounding seawater was constantly vibrating and quickly evaporated. The land of the small devil realm was also perfectly connected to the sea and was tightly connected to the surroundings. If one looked at it like this, they would really think that there was a piece of land here. But, Ancestral Master, although this land is big, isn't it a little too smelly? Moreover, the demonic energy has already deeply integrated into the land. If we build it here, it's very easy to affect our cultivation. If we're not careful, we might even go berserk, Di Tian frowned and couldn't help but say. Since he had already decided to join the Tianmo cult, he naturally had to consider the Tianmo cult. After all, this land had been swallowed by Shuo Tian, and the Sealing Flame Lion King didn't even brush his teeth. It was extremely smelly. Not to mention the demonic energy left on it, just this monstrous stench was enough to suffocate them. Roar! The Sealing Flame Lion King roared and glared at Di Tian with its blood-red eyes. What do you know? Smelly mouth, that's Master Lion's romance. After being glared at by the Sealing Flame Lion King, Di Tian didn't dare to say anything. If this mascot was Shuo Tian, he wouldn't be afraid. However, Shuo Tian was already an ancient ferocious beast. Don't worry. I have my own countermeasures. Ning Tian naturally considered this point, but he was also prepared. Previously, the system gave him a bottle of deodorant, so he directly used it now. System, use the deodorant. He muttered in his heart. Using deodorant. The system's voice rang out. At this moment, the deodorant was opened. Ning Tian directly used the space law and instantly spread the deodorant evenly throughout the small devil realm. This was the correct way to use the space law. After the deodorant was spread evenly, Ning Tian circulated his spiritual energy and directly slammed his palm on the entire small devil realm. In an instant, when the spiritual energy exploded, the deodorant's effect also erupted and was displayed. The stench instantly disappeared. Hiss, how did he do that? Could it be? This is the legendary one punch to remove the stench. Seeing this scene, many of the surrounding cultivators gasped. As expected of the ancestral master, my bad breath has been here for tens of thousands of years. I wonder if the ancestral master can give me a punch. I wonder if the ancestral master can cure my bad breath that has been bothering me for so many years. At the side, the Great Void Ancestor was scheming. Next up is the demonic chi here. Ning Tian murmured. Next. Within the small world in his dantian, the hearts of the three clans were directly switched to the pitch-black demon heart. The demon heart throbbed, and demon energy surged madly. They're all good stuff. Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly as black chi started to appear around his body. Demonic chi surged around his body, and his aura continuously fluctuated. Boom. Boom. He saw. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Tian stood on top of Shuo Tian's head and raised his hand. A huge suction force erupted from his hand as he lightly spat out a few words. Demon heart, demon chi deprivation. His voice faded. Thump. 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 His demonic heart continued to beat. A huge amount of devil chi flowed out of Ning Tian's body. Boom. The devil chi flowed. In an instant, the devil chi that was deeply immersed in the small devil territory began to seep out little by little. Then, it gathered above the small devil territory to form a black ball of devil chi that was thousands of meters in size. What a terrifying devil chi! The ancestral master can actually suck out all the devil chi in the small devil territory. The ancestral master is really good at sucking. Look at the ancestral master, he's turning evil. Everyone's gaze was on Ning Tian, who was standing on top of the flame-sealing Lion King. At this moment, they saw that there was a dense pitch-black devil chi flowing out of Ning Tian's body. Under this huge amount of devil chi, they were a little worried that the ancestral master would accidentally go berserk. But what they didn't know was that the ancestral master himself was a demon. Come on. This mass of devil chi is a great supplement. Ning Tian murmured as a glint flashed in his eyes. If he swallowed this devil chi and went to the devil territory, perhaps the heart of the devil territory would be greatly improved. Give it to me, plunder. Ning Tian waved his hand and the black devil chi ball that was thousands of meters in size continuously flew towards him. Husband, be careful. Seeing this scene, the two women hurriedly warned Ning Tian. Even Ning Tian had to be careful when facing this demonic chi. Okay. Ning Tian nodded slightly. His body was almost completely covered by the devil chi. He raised his hand and the devil chi entered his body. The heart of the devil territory in his dantian small world was also crazily absorbing the devil chi. Facing such a situation, Ning Tian wasn't worried. Even if the heart of the devil territory went out of control, there was still the heart of the human territory and the heart of the devil territory to help suppress it. At the very least, there was still the unknown tree to suppress it. Because of this, therefore, he could act without any scruples. Boom. Boom. In the blink of an eye. Dozens of minutes later, under everyone's shocked gaze, the devil chi on this piece of land had been cleansed. There wasn't a single trace of devil chi left in the soil. So powerful. Seeing this scene, Di Tian and the rest looked at him in shock. At the side, the fan club, Old Shu, Di Wuji, and Old Wolf were full of admiration. This kid is getting stronger and stronger. Tao God Reincarnation chuckled. He had been busy with the precept domain for the past few years. It had only been a few years since they last met, and he didn't expect this kid to become so strong. However, in terms of strength, Ning Tian was about to catch up with him. The devil chi has been removed. This piece of land is almost back to its original state. Then, next, I need to guide the spirit. Ning Tian murmured. The current small devil territory was like the precept domain back then. There was no spirit chi at all. Naturally, he needed to guide the spirit chi. Only by giving birth to spirit chi seeds could this place produce an endless stream of spirit chi. However, this piece of land was much bigger than the precept domain. You have shocked Di Tian and the rest. You have shocked a group of onlookers around you. Reward, Spirit Guiding Card. It can attract spirit chi from a place and expand it by 10 times to form a spirit chi seed that provides an endless stream of energy. The spirit chi of the place that is absorbed will gradually recover within a week. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Oh, Spirit Guiding Card? Ning Tian raised his brows. Then, wouldn't there be spirit chi? Let's see which unlucky little guy will have his spirit chi sucked away. Very soon. Ning Tian's gaze landed in a direction. That was, in the Middle State region. Chapter 666. Then. I'll borrow 100 million more of your spiritual energy. I'll be a good person until the end. Anyway, I'll be able to recover in a week. Ning Tian looked in the direction of the Zhengzhou region and smiled. As the saying goes, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. He was doing this for the good of the Zhengzhou region. After all, the cultivators of the Zhengzhou region were probably immune to the old spiritual energy. Wouldn't it be great if he helped the Zhengzhou region change to a new one? In this case, the cultivators of the Zhengzhou region should be grateful to him. The ancestral master's original intention hadn't changed. He was still a good person. Phew, then, let's begin. Ning Tian murmured. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared from Shotian's head. He stepped on the void and spiritual energy surged all over his body. He raised his palm slightly and aimed at the direction of the Zhengzhou region. Everyone, step aside. It's the spiritual energy. Hearing this, Tao God Reincarnation and the others looked solemn and kept retreating. Although they didn't know what the ancestral master was going to do, it sounded awesome. In order not to be accidentally hurt by the ancestral master, they'd better listen to him. Some of the cultivators of the Zhengzhou region who came also quickly retreated. When they saw Ning Tian raise his hand and aim at the Zhengzhou region, they scratched their heads in confusion. What was he going to do? Spiritual Energy Card. Use. Ning Tian pressed down with his hand, and the spiritual energy in his body began to surge out. It was as if it had turned into a monstrous dragon. Accompanied by a series of rumbles, it rushed into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky changed color, and it was as if the entire sky was trembling. Spiritual Energy Card, successful use. In his mind, when the system's voice sounded, Ning Tian's spiritual energy combined with the use of the spiritual energy card was like a giant dragon. The Zhengzhou region was like a vast ocean. The spiritual energy dragon directly used the dragon's absorption of water. The spiritual energy in the Zhengzhou region was like a stream of water that was continuously sucked over. This is, forcefully moving the spiritual energy in the Zhengzhou region here. Seeing this scene, Di Tian and the Great Void Sect's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But on second thought, they heaved a sigh of relief. Sigh, I've joined the Tianmo cult now. What does it have to do with me if the Zhongzhou region has no spiritual energy? This kid, he's still the same. Tao God reincarnation side. This is very ancestral, master. The 3 members of the Founders fan club shook their heads. Among them, Old Shu was still writing furiously. What? This, the cultivators from the Middle Ground region, who were prepared to watch a good show, were stunned. Their mouths twitched, and their words were trembling. They looked at Ning Tian and felt like they were going crazy. Was he robbing someone right in front of them? What? How dare he? The spiritual energy dragons to Zhongzhou to Zhongthousand Zhongzhou to Zhongzhou Zhong's spiritual energy and center. It catch the Zhongzhou region Zhongzhou to catch. The sky. Several ancient god auras descended. To Zhongt STTTTT right at this moment. In the sky, the aura of a peak primal chaos ancient god appeared. An angry voice sounded, and a white-haired old man appeared. He was the strongest person in the central state region. When he spoke angrily, he looked over. If I find out, I'll help you take all the spiritual energy in the Zhongzhou region. Halfway through his sentence, when the white-haired old man saw Ning Tian, his expression became unnatural. Oh my God! Why is it the ancestral master of the Heavenly Palace? Although the Heavenly Palace was one of the strongest forces in the God realm, it kept a low profile. Why would the ancestral master of the Heavenly Palace come here and take away the spiritual energy in the Zhongzhou region? Even though he was a chaos ancient god, he didn't dare to stop it. What if the 9 ancient gods jumped out from behind Ning Tian when he tried to stop it? Oh! Are you going to take action? Ning Tian looked at the white-haired old man indifferently and asked. Well. The white-haired old man froze on the spot. He didn't know whether to say or not. In the sky, Ning Tian looked at the white-haired old man in silence and didn't say anything. He continued to control the spirit guidance dragon to swallow the enormous amount of spiritual energy in the Zhongzhou region. The speed of the spirit guidance dragon was extremely fast. All the people in the Zhongzhou region could feel the loss of spiritual energy. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Zhongzhou region were dumbfounded as they watched the spiritual energy being sucked away. What the F***CK? What's going on? My spiritual energy? Where did it go? What the F***CK? I've been a waste for 3 years. I wanted to become a genius today. How can you tell me I can't get the spiritual energy? All over the Zhongzhou region, curses and swearing could be heard continuously. Obviously, besides being dumbfounded, the cultivators in the Zhongzhou region were also angry. How dare you steal spiritual energy in broad daylight? Ha ha ha. In another place, an old man looked up and laughed. Unlike the surrounding cultivators who were dumbfounded and angry, he laughed when he felt the spiritual energy being sucked away. Elder Tian, what are you doing? Some cultivators were confused. Haha, what do you know? My great 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 dash. Now, I have also witnessed everything. Doesn't that mean this old man will also become the strongest person? Elder Tian stroked his beard and laughed heartily. So that's how it is. Congratulations, Elder Tian. You are about to become the strongest person. The surrounding cultivators quickly congratulated him. Ha ha ha, today, this old man will be able to die. Elder Tian laughed heartily. In the next second, he was so happy that he directly passed away. Elder Tian? The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed drastically. Sometimes, Great joy and great sorrow came so suddenly. At this moment, in the sky, the spirit-guiding dragon, which had absorbed all the spiritual energy in the central province region, had expanded to hundreds of thousands of meters long. Its aura was vigorous, and the spiritual energy dragon's eyes looked in the direction of the little demon region. Here. Change the name to Sky Devil region. This is the place where the Tianmo cult rose to prominence. Ning Tian raised a finger, and the hundreds of thousands of meters long spiritual energy dragon followed his movement. It raised its dragon head and looked indifferently in the direction of the Sky Devil region. Sky Devil region? No, since when was there a region here? The white-haired old man from the central province looked at the region below. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of horror flashed across his eyes. What was going on? Wasn't this a vast ocean? Could it be? The white-haired old man's eyes, which were filled with horror, fell on Ning Tian. He thought of a very terrifying fact. This region was created by the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master, but leaving a name for the entire region might provoke the wrath of the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 667. Boom. At this moment, in the sky, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at the black-robed young man in the sky with awe. His expression was cold and lightning flickered around him as if the sky was building momentum for him. Is the ancestral master going to create a domain? Di Tian, old ancestor Taishu, and the others widened their eyes. Their hearts were in turmoil. They had a strong premonition. They were going to witness the greatest history. The two women's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. They were extremely excited. This was their husband. Husband, be careful. If you leave your name in the creation territory, you might incur the wrath of the Heavenly Tao. Although she was excited, Luo Wuqing still looked at Ning Tian and reminded her. Yes. Kid Ning, be careful. If you leave your name in the domain, you might anger the Heavenly Tao. Be careful. At the side, Tao God Reincarnation also reminded him. Tianmo cult, circulate your spirit energy and resist the Heavenly Tao's pressure for the ancestral master, Fatty Chin said indifferently. Then, he circulated his spirit energy without hesitation. The thousands of Tianmo cult disciples behind him also circulated their spirit energy. There was no fear in their eyes. There was no hesitation. As long as the ancestral master gave the order, then they would dare to resist the Heavenly Tao's pressure for the ancestral master. It seems that Kid Ning's power has also grown. Seeing this scene, Tao God Reincarnation couldn't help but sigh. He could naturally see how powerful the Tianmo cult's group was. Anger of the Heavenly Tao? In the sky, thunder rumbled. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly. He chuckled and looked at the two women. Then, he looked at the crowd. Fatty Chin, stand down. It's just the Heavenly Tao's pressure. What's there to be afraid of? What's there to be afraid of? The Heavenly Tao's pressure? Hearing these words, everyone was shocked. If someone else said this, they would definitely scoff and laugh at them, but the one who said this was the ancestral master. Since the ancestral master dared to say it, then he dared to do it. Boom. Rumble. Then let's begin. Ning Tian looked down and raised his hand slightly. The spirit energy dragon that was hundreds of thousands of meters long also followed his movement and looked down at the domain below. Here. It's going to be the place where the Tianmo cult will rise. Then, let's change it to the Tianmo domain. Along with Ning Tian's words. Roar. Roar. The 100,000-meter-long spirit energy dragon let out a roar, and then it charged down with all the spirit energy in the central region. In an instant, everyone looked down with solemn expressions. Boom. Boom. When the spirit chi dragon crashed into the ground of the Sky Devil region, the Sky Devil region shook violently. Then, the spirit chi on the ground exploded. In an instant, the Sky Devil region was filled with spirit chi. A spiritual seed that looked like a dragon's heart was buried in the Sky Devil domain. The Sky Devil region had come alive. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the moment the Sky Devil region was named, thunder seemed to roam in the sky. The sky suddenly darkened. Everyone's expression changed as they looked up at the sky. Could it be? Was the wrath of the heavenly Tao coming? It was also at this moment that Luo Wuqing, Su Yuyaro, reincarnation Tao God, Fatty Chin, and the others quietly circulated their spirit energy. As long as the wrath of the heavenly Tao struck, they would dare to face the wrath of the heavenly Tao with Ning Tian. Rumble. Thunder kept rumbling in the sky. Ning Tian, who was dressed in black, stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head slightly and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. It was as if he was saying, "Do you dare to come down?" In the sky, the thunder rumbled for a long time. But the wrath of the heavenly Tao that everyone was afraid of did not descend for a long time. After a while, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the thunder subsided. It was as if everything had returned to normal. This is. The heavenly Tao came, and then it left. Seeing this scene, Di Tian and the others were stunned for a moment. Looking at everything that had returned to normal, their heads were full of question marks. What the hell was this? The wrath of the heavenly Tao? The wrath of the heavenly Tao was equivalent to an arrow on the string, but when it was about to be released, it took the initiative to give up? Why was this? However, in the face of all this, Ning Tian did not find it strange. Sorry, fate could really do whatever he wanted. In this way, the Sky Demon region is almost done. Ning Tian's gaze fell on the Sky Demon region that was filled with spirit energy and muttered. In this way, the Tianmo cult would have a place to stay. You shocked Tao God reincarnation and the others. You shocked the cultivators of the middle state. Reward, heart of the human race, spirit of faith. The spirit of faith can be planted in one place. With the effect of the spirit guiding card, it will emit spirit energy. Those who have faith in the host can speed up their cultivation, thus increasing the speed of progress of the heart of the human race. At this moment, in his mind, the system's voice sounded again. Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, his gaze fell on the middle state. Without hesitation, he took a step forward. Seeing this scene, a group of people looked over. The middle state. At this moment, all the cultivators of the middle state looked in the direction of the Sky Demon region in horror. The majestic appearance of the black-clothed youth in the sky just now could be said to be engraved in their heart. He was too damn fierce. He actually created a region by himself. He was not even afraid of the heavenly Tao. Even the wrath of the heavenly Tao did not take action against him. Could it be? This was the legendary Son of Destiny? All the cultivators of the middle state were extremely excited. At this moment, they even forgot that the spirit energy was being sucked away. At this moment, above the sky of the middle state, a black-clothed youth stepped out of the void and looked down at the group of cultivators of the middle state below. Everyone's gaze was also looking at the sky. I'm Ning Tian, the patriarch of the heavenly palace. I just borrowed a little bit of the middle state spirit energy. Now I'm returning it. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at everyone. The patriarch of the heavenly palace. He's actually from the heavenly palace. He's so handsome. I'm so excited to see him. I really want to give birth to a monkey for him. When Ning Tian finished speaking, many of the cultivators below looked over. The male cultivators had looks of reverence on their faces while the female cultivators were trembling. Their faces were flushed and they could not even stand properly. Ning Tian didn't pay any attention to them. He directly activated the spirit of faith, and a ball of blue light appeared in his hand. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Ning Tian raised his hand and shot the blue light into the ground of the middle state. Boom! In an instant, the blue light shone out, and wisps of spirit energy returned again. Wait for a week, and your spirit energy will naturally return, and it will be richer than before. Ning Tian looked at all the cultivators of the middle state indifferently and did not say a word of nonsense. What the ancestral master was best at was to give you a candy right after giving you a stick. As expected. Hearing this, the eyes of all the cultivators of the middle state suddenly lit up. If the spirit energy was richer than before, so what if the old spirit energy was taken away? Chapter 668. Thank you, Ancestral Master. Thank you, Ancestral Master of the Heavenly Palace. Below. The group of cultivators looked at Ning Tian gratefully. Although Ning Tian had forcibly deprived them of their spirit qi, he immediately gave them more spirit qi. This was the typical behavior of an ancestral master. I'll give you a slap and a piece of candy. In the sky. Ning Tian merely planted the spirit of faith into this land and did not say anything else. As for the function of the spirit of faith, it would be too deliberate if he said it himself. True reverence had to come from the bottom of their hearts. Ancestral Master is so powerful. Many cultivators in the Middle State region looked at Ning Tian with reverence in their eyes. When the reverence was born, the blue spirit qi surged into their bodies as if it was about to bring about a qualitative chain. This is such rich spirit qi, could it be? At this moment, Ning Tian had already turned around. Hearing the exclamations behind him and feeling the heartbeat of the human race, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. There was no need for him to intervene next. In the heavenly demon region, Ning Tian returned and looked at the crowd. Now that the spirit qi has been formed and the heavenly demon region has been successfully established, then, the next step is to rebuild the Tianmo cult and let the Tianmo cult reappear in the divine realm. Yes. Ancestral Master. Fatty Chin and the others nodded heavily, their eyes filled with excitement. Back then, the Tianmo cult should have swept through the divine realm, but because of the spirit, Uncle Chin, and the Ancestral Master's decision, they had to freeze it. Now, they finally had the chance again, and this time, it was led by the Ancestral Master again. Old Dao, do you have any construction materials in your precept domain? Do you want to give us some? Also, Wolfblood, why don't you bring some of the demon god region's Herculean demons to help us with the construction and move the bricks? At this moment, everything was calm and peaceful. Everything had returned to the beginning. Ning Tian looked at them with a smile. There was nothing in the heavenly demon region now. Even if he wanted to rebuild the Tianmo cult, he needed enough materials and manpower. But now, naturally, he had to drag a few more tools down. You brat, you only know how to trick me. Dao God Reincarnation cursed and then rolled his eyes at Ning Tian. All right, just you wait. Wait for me to transport it over. Yes, Patriarch. The wolf-blood yarrow god didn't say much. He simply nodded and immediately agreed. Now, Ning Tian could be said to be half the master of the yarrow god realm. Even the Eternal Dragon tribe and the 9 Phoenix Yarrow God tribe had shown signs of wanting to submit to him. If they did, the entire demon god domain would belong to Ning Tian. I'm going to be busy from now on. Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the 2 women also walked over and gently hugged him. Husband, thank you for your hard work. The gentle voices of the 2 women rang in Ning Tian's ears. It's no trouble at all. Why don't I reward you? Ning Tian looked at the 2 women with a smirk. How about a maid costume? Hearing this, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro were stunned for a moment. They blushed and rolled their eyes at Ning Tian, but they didn't refuse. A few days later, in the void, Ning Tian took a step out of the void with the 2 women. The aura of the 3 of them had improved significantly. It was obvious. In the past few days, through serious cultivation and the accumulation of spiritual energy, the 3 of them had completed another breakthrough. Ning Tian had entered the 8 stars of the heavenly god realm, and the 2 women were infinitely close to the supreme ancient god realm. The current heavenly demon region has finally begun to take shape. In the sky, Ning Tian looked at everything in the heavenly demon region, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Above the heavenly demon region, one building after another rose from the ground. These buildings were built by Ning Tian based on the general appearance of the Tianmo cult in the god domain and the Tianmo cult in the 9 regions. To him, the Tianmo cult in the god domain wasn't the real Tianmo cult, and the 9 regions Tianmo cult wasn't the real Tianmo cult. Only when the 2 were combined could it be considered the real Tianmo cult. Wife, let's go. I've already sensed a few familiar auras. Ning Tian stretched and looked at the heavenly demon region with narrowed eyes. Okay. The 2 women nodded slightly, looking very good. Let's go. Ning Tian chuckled and took the 2 women into the void again. At this moment, in the main hall of the Tianmo cult in the heavenly demon region, several acquaintances of Ning Tian were here. Everyone, why are you all here? Ning Tian's hearty laughter could be heard. The three of them tore the void apart and stepped into the main hall. In the main hall, Yi Shuang, Saint Sun God, Reincarnation Dao God, and Nine-Tailed Demon Fox were sitting in the main hall with tea in their hands. Ning Tian, you're finally here. Dao God Reincarnation looked over, and so did Yi Shuang and the others. At this moment, those who sat there were all ancient God realm experts. Even in the God domain, they couldn't be underestimated. Each of them had a frightening identity. The great senior sister of the Heavenly Palace, the Fire Region Master, the Precept Region Master, and the strongest expert in the monster domain. Junior brother. I've heard about what happened. Junior brother, you can make your own decision. Even if you create your own force, we'll still be behind you. Yi Shuang looked at Ning Tian and said slowly. He. Thank you, senior sister. Hearing this, Ning Tian felt a touch of warmth in his heart. He was wondering if he should pull the 9 supremes of the Heavenly Palace into the Tianmo cult. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that he would be letting down the master of the Heavenly Palace whom he had never met. Moreover, he was afraid that the 9 supremes of the Heavenly Palace would not agree. However, this was good. It was good enough that they could be behind him. Brat, what are you doing with my precious granddaughter? Saint Sun God glared fiercely at Ning Tian, his face full of grievance and anger. Damn it, it was bad enough that his precious daughter was taken, but now his precious granddaughter was also taken. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Of course, it's to give birth to a fat boy for my dear grandfather. Ning Tian said with a straight face. Saint Sun God felt as if a sharp sword had pierced his heart. Brat, why did you build the Sky Demon region here? Saint Sun God decided to change the topic. Otherwise, he would be angered to the point of vomiting blood. Of course, it's convenient here and can be a better trap. Please help me. Ning Tian said with a smile. Saint Sun God was speechless. Did you hear that? This brat said he wants to trap us. Saint Sun God's face darkened as he looked at the others. However, Yi Shuang, Reincarnation Dao God, and the Nine-Tailed Fox did not care. Yi Shuang shook her head and said softly, this place is quite convenient and can help junior brother better. Indeed. Dao God Reincarnation and the Nine-Tailed Fox nodded. You can spoil him. Saint Sun God's face darkened. Junior brother, your force is called the Tianmo cult, right? Yi Shuang looked at Ning Tian and said slowly, why don't you take this opportunity to announce the establishment of a cult and let everyone in the God realm know the name of the Tianmo cult? Hearing this, Saint Sun God and the others' eyes lit up, thinking that this was feasible. The current Ning Tian was no longer a brat. He was now the god of the Tianmo cult. No. Let's wait a little longer. Ning Tian shook his head, his eyes flashing. The current Tianmo cult is not complete. I want to bring the disciples of the Tianjin cult from the 9 regions here. That will be the real Tianjin cult. Chapter 669. As soon as Ning Tian finished speaking, the hall fell silent. The hall fell into silence as everyone's eyes fell on Ning Tian. Shenyang God frowned slightly, stroked his beard, and slowly said, the 9 regions heavenly demon cult. Brat, even if the ancient road to godhood is no longer there, people from the 9 regions still have to break through to the divine realm if they want to come to the divine realm. Indeed. Even if ancient God Yun Tu's ancient road to godhood was destroyed by you, the rules of the way of heaven have not changed. Dao God Reincarnation nodded slightly. In the past, if the experts of the 9 regions wanted to enter the divine realm, they had to take the ancient road to godhood. Although ancient God Yun Tu's ancient road to godhood was a little tricky, it was still a shortcut for the experts of the 9 regions to enter the divine realm. Now that the ancient road to godhood was destroyed by Ning Tian, it was easier for the experts of the 9 regions to enter the divine realm. That was, the 9 tribulations great emperor broke through to the demigod realm and had a trace of divine power in his body. Only then could he feel the call of the divine realm and ascend to the divine realm. However, without divine power, If he forced his way to the divine realm, he would be ostracized by the way of heaven and lose his life. That was why everyone reacted this way when they heard Ning Tian say that he wanted to bring the Tianmo cult of the 9 regions. No matter how powerful the Tianmo cult of the 9 regions was, it was impossible for all of them to reach the demigod realm. Since they had not reached the demigod realm, they could not sense divine power and ascend. If Ning Tian forcibly took them away, it would only harm them. Everyone, don't worry. Since my husband said so, he must have his own confidence, Luo Wuqing said calmly as he looked at the crowd. Indeed. Ning Tian is quite reliable. Tao God Reincarnation nodded as well. Everyone, don't worry. I have a way. Ning Tian smiled slightly. If the way of heaven was majestic, he could use the space door to avoid this problem. But now, he had a new doubt. But, I have a doubt. Little junior brother, what doubts do you have? The gazes of Yi Shuang and the others landed on Ning Tian. Earlier, you all said that, now that there is no ancient road to godhood, the ascenders of the 9 regions only need to reach the demigod realm to be able to sense the divine power and ascend to the divine region. However, in recent years, have any of you seen any cultivators ascending from the 9 regions? Could it be, over the past few years, there hasn't been a single demigod in the vast 9 regions? Ning Tian said slowly as he looked at the crowd with a glint in his eyes. Hearing this, within the large hall, Yi Shuang and the rest frowned and immediately fell into silence. It is indeed a little strange. If the ancient road to godhood still exists, it is quite normal that no cultivators from the 9 regions have ascended to the deity realm. After all, the ancient road to godhood is open for a certain period of time, but the ancient road to godhood was destroyed by my husband. Now, as long as the 9 regions experts reach the demigod realm, they will be able to sense the god power and ascend to the heavens. But, why is it that there has been no news in recent years? Could it be, Su Yuyaro frowned and said slowly, could it be, that someone has stopped them? In the large hall, a glint flashed in the eyes of the crowd as they said in unison. That's right. This is what I am puzzled about. Ning Tian said lightly. When the ancient road to godhood first opened, although many experts from the 9 regions had stepped onto the ancient road to godhood, there were still many who chose to stay in the 9 regions. After so many years, there were bound to be people who could break through to the demigod realm. And it was impossible that those who had broken through to the demigod realm would not come to the deity realm. After all, now that the ancient road to godhood no longer existed, it meant that they would not have to go through the war of godhood. They could directly ascend to the deity realm, and for many people, this was a fatal temptation. In the past few years, there have been very few people who have ascended to the deity realm. Could it be, as the brat said, that these people have been stopped? Heavenly God Shengyang frowned and narrowed his eyes. His eyes were full of seriousness. I will go and ask, Yi Shuang said lightly. Yi Shuang said plainly. Although she was the eldest sister of the heavenly palace, she did not care about such matters. The greatest responsibility of the heavenly palace was to guard the seal related to the dark turmoil, but it was still very easy for her to find out about this matter. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Shuang stepped into the void. Seeing this, everyone in the main hall waited patiently. Dozens of minutes later, the space in the main hall fluctuated. Yi Shuang appeared in the main hall again. Everyone's eyes fell on her. She said lightly, in the past few years, there have been no cultivators from the 9 regions who have ascended to the deity realm. They have been stopped. Yi Shuang's words made everyone's heart sink. As expected, Ning Tian's guess was indeed correct. But who would stop them? After a moment of silence, the 9-tailed celestial fox asked. Who could it be? The ancient god Yun too? Tao God Reincarnation looked at everyone in the main hall and asked tentatively. Ancient god Yun too? Hearing this, everyone frowned. Now, the most likely possibility was the ancient god Yun too. After all, these people had learned from the mistakes of others. It was hard not to be suspicious. If it is really the ancient god Yun too, what is their purpose? What are these people trying to do? Heavenly God Shengyang frowned. The dark turmoil, or the power of the dark turmoil. Ning Tian's eyes lit up as he said slowly. He was basically certain that the mastermind behind the interception of the cultivators from the 9 regions should be the ancient god Yun Tu. When the ancient road to godhood existed, it was a conspiracy. Their purpose was to use the blood of the cultivators from the 9 regions to activate the heart of the 3 races. However, when the heart of the 3 races was just activated, it was accidentally taken away by Ning Tian. Could it be? Was the ancient god Yun Tu trying to use the blood to create a new heart of the 3 races? Ning Tian frowned. They did not dare to act recklessly in the deity realm. However, they could act recklessly in the 9 regions. The dark turmoil. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. What is the dark turmoil? Heavenly God Shengyang could not help but ask. Although he looked the oldest in the main hall, he was actually younger than the rest. Even the 9-tailed celestial fox was older than him. After all, she was from the demon clan. Shengyang, you can ask Fen Tian about this. Yi Shuang did not explain too much. Hearing this, Heavenly God Shengyang could not help but smile bitterly. Fen Tian ancestor. This old man has not appeared in the fire domain for many years. Those who don't know him would think that he has passed away. Fen Tian is naturally fine. Otherwise, other than Qin Luo, who else in the fire domain would protect the fire domain? Yi Shuang said lightly. Qin Luo? What does this have to do with Qin Luo? Heavenly God Shengyang scratched his head. It was obvious that he did not know how powerful the person who had abducted his daughter was. Little junior brother, have you thought of anything? Yi Shuang looked at Ning Tian, who had been silent for a long time, and asked. Tomorrow at 5. Today, I will sort out the plot. Chapter 670. Got it. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Tian nodded slightly. Although he had thought of it, Ning Tian did not say anything. After all, the heart of the 3 clans involved too much. Even if everyone in the hall was trustworthy, it was better to be cautious. I didn't expect, it's this group of people again. Ning Tian murmured. Even if he knew that the ancient god Yun Tu was up to something, it was too late now. Although the ancient god Yun Tu was annoying, he could not swat them like flies. After all, the ancient god Yun Tu was not weak. Moreover, the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace were still focused on the seal and did not have time to deal with the ancient god Yun Tu looks like. I have to hurry up and return to the 9 regions. A glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes as he said calmly. Return to the 9 regions? Hearing this, everyone raised their eyebrows. Little Ning, do you want us to follow you? Tao God Reincarnation frowned and asked. No need. Ning Tian shook his head and smiled. He looked at the 2 girls and said, Wuqing Yu Yarrow and I will go back. The stronger we are, the stronger the pressure of heaven and earth will be when we return to the 9 regions. Even the ancient god Yun Tu will not take this risk. To deal with the cultivators of the 9 regions, even if they send ancestor gods, it will be more than enough. Hearing this, Tao God Reincarnation and the others in the hall nodded. The stronger they were, the stronger the pressure of heaven will be when they return to the 9 regions. It was better not to take this risk. Moreover, the ancient god Yun Tu was not a fool. A few ancestor gods would be enough to deal with the cultivators of the 9 regions. Little junior brother, when are you going to leave? You might not be able to see us for a long time. Before leaving, I have to arrange everything properly. Yi Shuang looked up and said lightly. Ning Tian looked at her in confusion and guessed in his heart. Will not be able to see them for a long time? Could it be, is it about the seal again? That's exactly what you're thinking, little junior brother. Master must have summoned us for something. However, he didn't call us little junior brother. Yi Shuang nodded slightly and confirmed Ning Tian's thoughts. So that's how it is. Then I'll have to trouble senior sister to greet the master whom I've never met. Ning Tian chuckled and continued, if we're going, there's no time to lose. Let's do it now. Now! Brat, why are you in such a hurry? The Tianmo cult has just been established, and you don't care about it anymore? Shengyang Heavenly God said with a frown. The matters of the 9 zones cannot wait. Ning Tian shook his head with a serious expression. He didn't know if the ancient god Yun too would attack the old acquaintances of the 9 zones, so he had to be quick. After that, he smiled at Shengsun Empyrean god. Besides, isn't it all thanks to you, grandfather? If you can manage the huge fire realm well, I believe that the Tianmo cult won't be a problem for you. Shengyang heavenly god was stunned for a moment, his head full of question marks. So you asked this old man to come over just to help you manage the Tianmo cult. So this old man is actually a tool. You've shocked your dear grandfather. Obtained title, Master of Tools. Obtained, Ancestral Master's Faith. All objects that have the power of faith to the host will release light balls of faith. Ning Tian, what the hell was a Master of Tools, but this was faith. It brat, this old man is not like them. They may spoil you, but this old man won't. This matter is absolutely non-negotiable. Shengyang heavenly god snorted coldly and directly said no way. After all, he had a bad temper. Grandfather, I'll leave the Tianmo cult to you. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's faint voice sounded. Okay. The next second, Shengyang heavenly god's dark old face suddenly bloomed with a smile. Without a trace of hesitation, he directly agreed. Seeing this scene, in the main hall, everyone was stunned for a moment and silently cursed in their hearts. What an evil Grand Con! Compared to everyone present, only Shengyang heavenly god was more suitable to help manage the entire Tianmo cult when Ning Tian left. Tao god reincarnation's own precept domain was not enough to manage it, and the 9-tailed fox's demon god domain was relatively far from the sky demon domain. Therefore, only his grandfather could be the tool. I've already told most of the things to Fatty Chin. Grandfather, you can handle the Tianmo cult as you see fit. Ning Tian said to Shengyang heavenly god. Then, he directly took the 2 girls' hands and stepped into the void. The moment the 3 of them entered the space, a huge door that exuded endless space power appeared in front of them. He kicked it. It was 9 domains. In the main hall. Seeing Ning Tian and the other 2 leave in a hurry, everyone in the main hall had different expressions. After sighing, they all left, leaving only Shengyang heavenly god, the old tool, in the main hall. The Tianxian continent was divided into 9 domains. Tianling domain. It was where the Tianmo cult originated. In the past few years, the Tianmo cult had risen rapidly and unified the entire Tianling domain. In the past few years, it had even formed an alliance with the Firmament territory and become the strongest force in the 9 domains today. Within the Tianmo cult, there was a legendary statue that stood in the Tianmo cult square. That was the legend of the Tianmo cult. It was also the belief of all the Tianmo cult members. That was the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult. Some people even said that he was once the strongest cultivator in the 9 domains. At this moment, in the main hall of the Tianmo cult, there was a faint smell of roasted horse meat. Many of Ning Tian's old acquaintances were already in the main hall, and they all looked helplessly at a fat man who was gnawing on a horsewhip. Zhu Yuanbo, the war is coming, and you still have the mood to gnaw on a horsewhip. The great Supreme Elder looked helplessly at the fat man gnawing on the horsewhip and sighed deeply. This horsewhip smells so good. Zhu Yuanbo took another bite. After hearing the great Supreme Elder's words, he ate the horse meat and muttered, "Great Supreme Elder, you said the war is coming. What if I die? I might as well eat a few mouthfuls of horse meat before I die. And, Great Supreme Elder, what right do you have to talk about me? Put down the Imperial Maiden portrait in your hand and talk to me later." Zhu Yuanbo rolled his eyes at the great Supreme Elder. Ahem, isn't it the same as what you said? What if I die and can't see it? I'll take a look now and enjoy it so that I can kill the enemy later. The great Supreme Elder coughed dryly and calmly turned a page. Hiss, this bear is so big, wonderful. Everyone in the main hall was speechless when they saw the old man and the fat man acting so frivolously. Great Supreme Elder, fellow Daoist Zhu, the war is coming. The 2 of you should be serious. On the side, Moon Spirit, who had matured a lot, spoke slowly. After stepping onto the throne of the Divine Kingdom, Moon Spirit was no longer as young and inexperienced. She was clearly more mature now. Chapter 671. You're right, Emperor Yu. The Grand Elder reluctantly put away the imperial maiden portrait and sighed. It's been several years since the ancestral master, the Empress, and the Holy Lord have left, and the heavenly demon cult has changed greatly in those years. Things remain the same, but people have changed. I wonder when I'll meet the ancestral master again. Ancestral master, Moon Spirit was stunned when she heard the Supreme Elder's words. A familiar figure flashed across her mind, and a nostalgic look flashed across her beautiful eyes. She then looked serious and clenched her fists. Don't worry. As long as we survive this tribulation, we'll definitely be able to see our ancestral master again. Sigh, hearing this. The Supreme Elder sighed helplessly and even sounded a little desperate. That's a peerless ancestor god realm master. Hearing this, Moon Spirit Princess and the others in the main hall fell silent. Ancestor god realm, to them, it was simply an invisible existence. Even though the Tianmo cult had developed rapidly in recent years and everyone's cultivation speed had greatly improved, the Supreme Elder had already reached the 8th Tribulation Great Emperor realm. Moon Spirit and Zhu Yuanbo had also reached the God Emperor realm. Although there was still a gap between them and the Great Emperor realm, it was already very heaven-defying to achieve such improvement in just a few years. After all, not everyone was the ancestral master. However, even if their strength had improved by leaps and bounds, they were still powerless in the face of a peerless ancestor god realm master. However, even so, this old man will not give in, even if it means risking my old life. I was born as a member of the Tianmo cult, and I'll die as a member of the Tianmo cult. Everything is for our ancestral master. The Supreme Elder's muddy old eyes flashed with a bright light. He had promised the ancestral master that he would not let the Tianmo cult stop at his hand. Yes. Hearing this, everyone in the hall nodded seriously, whether it was Heavenly Treasure Holy Master, Great Sorrow Palace's Palace Master, High Heaven Sect Master, or any of the others. They had long pledged their allegiance to the heavenly demon cult and revered that man. By the way, Moon Emperor. The Supreme Elder looked at Moon Spirit and seemed to have thought of something. When will the experts from the firmament territory arrive? Soon. Yu Qin said that Sect Master Ni has already taken over some of the experts in the firmament territory. Under such circumstances, staying together is the safest option. Moon Spirit said slowly. Amen. Since that's the case, we can inform Yarokai Saintus to bring the Jade Lake sacred ground over. The Supreme Elder sighed deeply and looked at the sky outside the main hall. The war is coming. In the main hall, everyone was silent and nervous. This kind of nervousness reminded them of the time when Great Emperor Zhengtian had joined forces with the Void God Heavenly Palace to attack the Tianmo cult. But, now, it was far more terrifying than before. Their opponents were unknown experts from the divine domain. He was a god, not a human. Furthermore, the man who had once brought them miracles was also not here. There was no patriarch. Who would be able to bring them a miracle when they were in a desperate situation? Reporting. Supreme Elder, it's not good. A large group of experts is approaching the celestial spirit realm. At this moment, a panicked voice sounded outside the main hall. Then, a disciple of the Tianmo cult, sweating profusely, rushed in. He looked flustered, and there was even fear in his eyes. Hey! A large group of experts. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder frowned. Everyone in the main hall was stunned. Could it be those experts from the divine domain were coming? Everyone's heart sank. Let's go. Prepare to meet the enemy, the Supreme Elder said in a deep voice. Then, he slowly got up and walked out of the main hall. Even if the experts from the divine domain came, they had no way to retreat. They could only fight. Amen. In the main hall, everyone nodded. At this moment, dark clouds covered the skies above the heavenly demon cult. In fact, one could even vaguely make out countless figures within the dark clouds, emitting a tremendous aura that pressed down on the entire heavenly demon cult, immobilizing the. Below the sky, the disciples of the Tianmo cult were nervous, and their expressions were grave. They all knew that a great battle was about to come. In the Tianmo cult square, below the legendary patriarch statue, a young junior sister hugged her senior sister tightly. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, Her eyes were filled with fear. Her senior sister could only hug her gently, caressing her head and comforting her. However, her senior sister's eyes were also solemn. Senior sister, will the patriarch save the Tianmo cult like last time? The little junior sister looked up at the stone statue, her large eyes filled with longing. She was a new disciple of the heavenly demon cult, but she had already engraved the deeds of her ancestral master deep in her heart, and every new disciple of the heavenly demon cult would have longing for him. That man, he was the legend of the Tianmo cult, and everyone's faith. When the junior sister said this, many of the surrounding Tianmo cult disciples looked at her. The senior sister was silent. After a while, she smiled. Yes, the patriarch will definitely appear. After all, back in Shanghai City, the patriarch saved us. The senior sister smiled. She was Lan Lengleng, whom Ning Tian had saved in Shanghai City. After so many years, she was now the eldest senior sister. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. 289 appearances. Yes, the patriarch will definitely save us again. Hearing Lan Lengleng's words, the junior sister and the new disciples of the Tianmo cult all nodded heavily. Their eyes were shining, and their hearts were filled with hope. Will the patriarch really appear again? Seeing this, Lan Lengleng muttered and sighed. Junior brothers of the Tianmo cult, from now on, we may face an invincible enemy, but the Tianmo cult will always be with us. As long as we live, the celestial demons will exist. As long as we die, the celestial demons will still exist. At this moment, a clear voice rang out from the Tianmo cult square. The eldest disciple of the Tianmo cult, Li Changsheng, chapter 27 appearances, looked at all the disciples. Now that his strength had reached peak celestial venerable, his aura was different from before. Yes, eldest senior brother is right. As long as we live, the celestial demons will still exist. Even if we die, the Tianmo cult will not be destroyed. For the patriarch. Li Changsheng's words stirred up the passion in the hearts of all the Tianmo cult disciples. They were used to hearing about the patriarch's legend, and their hearts were filled with passion. They were the kind of people they believed in. Everyone, put on the Iron Yuan armor. The Iron Yuan armor was personally modified by the patriarch, and it's incomparably powerful. At the side, Lin Hao of the Forging Hall looked at the Tianmo cult disciples and slowly said, "Yes, senior brother Lin." When they heard that the Iron Yuan armor had been modified by the patriarch, the hearts of the Tianmo cult disciples were filled with hope. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a wave of energy swept over them. The Grand Elder and the other Tianmo cult elders appeared in front of the Tianmo cult disciples. Chapter 672. Everyone, prepare to meet the enemy. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. A powerful great emperor aura flowed out of his body and enveloped everyone. He could already feel the powerful aura in the sky. This aura seems a little off. It doesn't feel like the aura of a God Realm expert, he murmured. Meet the enemy. It's not that I want to say this, but Grand Elder, how dare your puny sky demon cult attack a divine envoy of the divine realm? You're overestimating yourselves. In the sky, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. Then, tens of thousands of figures appeared in the sky. There were 1,000,000 cultivators around the Tianmo cult. They raised their ice blades and looked at each other, ready to attack without saying a word. This is, experts from the other 7 domains. Seeing this, Moon Spirit frowned slightly. Confusion flashed through her beautiful eyes. Why would experts from the other 7 domains appear here? What do you want to do? The Grand Elder frowned. Among these tens of thousands of figures, there were at least thousands of God Emperors and hundreds of Great Emperors. It would be easy for such a lineup to destroy the Tianmo cult. These were the top experts of the other 7 domains. What do we want to do? Haha. In the sky, a sand dune expert laughed loudly. His eyes were full of sarcasm. He said calmly, "Of course, we want to destroy the Tianmo cult." The God Realm Divine Envoy said that as long as we destroy the Tianmo cult, they won't stop us from ascending to the God Realm. What? Hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. Moon Spirit and the others' faces darkened. This God Realm Divine Envoy is really AF * King Dog. On the side, Zhu Yuanbo bit his horsewhip and cursed. If all the experts of the 9 domains joined forces, they might be able to fight the God Realm Divine Envoy head-on. However, if they targeted the Tianmo cult, all their troubles would be easily solved. The Tianmo cult was now the strongest force in the 9 domains. Even so, they couldn't resist the joint attack of the other 7 domains. What is this God Realm Divine Envoy trying to do? The Grand Elder gritted his teeth. The anger in his heart was so great that he wanted to take out 10 million Imperial Maiden paintings and smash them to death. No matter what they want to do, the fact that they have attacked us cannot be changed. The only thing we can do is to face the enemy and fight. Moon Spirit shook her head. Even though there were tens of thousands of experts against her, as the Moon Emperor, she still maintained absolute calm. Even if there are millions of corpses, we will never yield either, Moon Spirit said indifferently. Millions of corpses, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. All the disciples of the Tianmo cult were filled with fighting spirit. Old Emperor, it seems like your daughter has really grown up. Heavenly Treasure Sacred Lord sighed and looked at Moon Spirit enviously. Why was it that they were all juniors? Why did that fatty from his sacred ground only know how to eat horse meat every day? At the side, the Divine Nation Lord revealed a gratified smile. For the Patriarch, head can be broken, blood can flow, but Heavenly Devil Patriarch cannot be humiliated. The Tianmo cult disciples roared. These guys. What's wrong with them? Why aren't these guys from the Tianmo cult afraid at all? In the sky. Seeing this scene, the experts from the 7 major territories were stunned. They looked at the Tianmo cult disciples who were extremely calm and even wanted to kill them. They were all stunned. Facing the encirclement of experts from the 7 territories, the Tianmo cult disciples did not panic at all. However, they did not know what was going on. The Tianmo cult disciples had carefully studied the Patriarch's survival rules. They should not panic in the face of a strong enemy. Panicking would also lead to death. It was better to adjust their mentality and try to kill them. What if they succeeded? Under such circumstances, the Tianmo cult disciples all had a good mentality. Under such circumstances, even if they panicked, they were not too afraid. Patriarch. Do you really think that your Patriarch can still be awe-inspiring in the God Realm? As long as we destroy you and ascend to the God Realm with the help of the God Realm's Divine Envoy, even the Patriarch of the Tianmo cult, who has already entered the God Realm, is nothing. I'm afraid your Patriarch has already become an ordinary person in the God Realm. In the sky. The Sand Dune expert sneered. In his opinion, the Patriarch of the Tianmo cult was a joke. How dare a mere 7 tribulations great emperor insult our Patriarch? At this moment, a cold female voice sounded, and then a powerful 9 tribulations great emperor aura attacked the Sand Dune expert. Boom. What? 9 tribulations great emperor? The Sand Dune expert's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, the aura of a 9 tribulations great emperor also swept over from the 7 territories and blocked the attack. The Sand Dune expert's life was spared. Thank you for your help, Patriarch He Xian. The Sand Dune expert breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly looked at the 9 tribulations great emperor and thanked him. Humph. Ni Hongi of the ethereal sect in the firmament territory is indeed worthy of her reputation. The 9 tribulations great emperor flung his sleeves and snorted coldly. In the sky. A group of people also appeared from the void. This group of people were also Ning Tian's old acquaintances. Ni Hongi, Yu Qin, Tian Mai, Tian Xiong, and the Fox Clan's experts, as well as the Immortal Dragon Clan's experts. Yarrow she had also arrived in time with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. This was the complete Tianmo cult. Phew, with sect leader Ni and the others, we should be able to alleviate the situation. Seeing this scene, the Supreme Elder heaved a sigh of relief. It would be difficult for them to deal with the experts from the 7 territories alone, but with the help of the Firmament Territories forces, even if they could not, they should at least be able to put up a fight. After all, in the past few years, the Tianmo cult had not been called the strongest force for nothing. Boom. The sky was covered by dark clouds. Waves of powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. Tianmo cult, today is the day of your destruction. In the sky, Patriarch He Xian looked coldly at the people from the Tianmo cult and said indifferently. He was already a 9 tribulations great emperor. As long as he destroyed the Tianmo cult, he could use the help of the God Realm's divine envoy to forcibly ascend to the God Realm. Therefore, he was duty-bound to destroy the Tianmo cult. I'll destroy your horse. Black-haired old man, believe it or not, I'll whip you to death with my horsewhip. Patriarch He Xian had obviously underestimated the quality of the people from the Tianmo cult. Zhu Yuanbo directly picked up a horsewhip and threw it at Patriarch He Xian's face. Hee hee. My homemade horsewhip bomb is indeed powerful. Yu Qin, quick, take out the horsewhip I want. Seeing that the whip had succeeded, Zhu Yuanbo's lips curled into a smile. Okay. Yu Qin chuckled. I took the opportunity to steal many horses from the 7 territories. Don't worry, I have enough horsewhips for today. Yu Qin was still the same as before. The 9 territories horse hunter deserved her reputation. Damn it, you're really stubborn. You're digging your own grave. Patriarch He Xian flung the barbecued horsewhip away from his face and coldly looked at the people from the Tianmo cult. It's you, you're courting death. I'll release 3 chapters first. There are 2 more to go. I originally wanted to release all 5 chapters together, but it would be too late by the time I finished writing all 5 chapters, so I'll release 3 chapters first. Chapter 673. Hey, old man with black hair, although the whip is poisonous, it's still a great tonic. Don't you think it's too wasteful to throw it away without even taking a bite? Zhu Yuanbo, who loved horses, strongly condemned old ancestor He Xian for wasting food. Damn fatty. Shut up. Old ancestor He Xian's veins bulged as his 9 tribulations aura burst out. He waved his hand and attacked Zhu Yuanbo. Damn. Sure enough, after reading the 108 Ways of Infuriating People, the ancestral master can really infuriate people. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanbao cried out in surprise, and then hurriedly roared. Sect leader Ni, help. Humph. Ni Hongi snorted. Although she was a 9 tribulations great emperor, her strength was infinitely close to that of a demigod. Facing old ancestor He Xian's attack, she was not afraid at all. She stood in front of Zhu Yuanbo and waved her hand. Boom. The aura of 2 9 tribulations great emperors instantly swept across the sky. Sect leader Ni is so powerful. Moon Spirit's beautiful eyes flashed. Ni Hongi had become a 7 tribulations great emperor a few years ago. However, she did not choose to enter the ancient road to godhood. Instead, she stayed in the 9 regions. After a few years of cultivation, Ni Hongi's strength was top-notch even in the 9 regions. Things have come to this point. Kill them. The Supreme Elder glanced at the Imperial Lady painting silently and said slowly. This might be the last time he looked at it. Okay. Kill. Kill these lackeys of the divine envoy. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at the sky. Lackeys. You're not even qualified to be lackeys. The expert from the Sand Dune tribe sneered. The tens of thousands of experts behind him were also gloating. If we can be humans, why should we be lackeys? Moon Spirit said lightly. What did you say? Hearing this, the expert from the Sand Dune tribe changed his expression. The experts from the 7 regions could no longer laugh. They were dead meat. Kill. These words seemed to have ignited the final fuse. The battle, it was on the verge of erupting. Millions of cultivators from the 7 domains surged with spiritual qi. They raised the spiritual weapons in their hands and charged toward the Tianmo cult disciples. Begin. Li Changsheng, who was wearing the iron elemental armor and holding his spirit sword high, looked at the Tianmo cult disciples and shouted. Kill. 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 Sounds of slaughter could be heard continuously. Very soon. The spiritual energy in the heavenly spirit domain had reached an extremely terrifying level. The spiritual energy in the surroundings surged, and one could only hear the sounds of slaughter. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses floated for thousands of miles. Boom. In the sky. The collisions between the powerhouses were endless. Down below, although the Tianmo cult was brave, they were outnumbered. It could be said that they were in a desperate situation, and tragic cries rang out continuously. "Senior brother, don't worry about me. It's not a loss for me to kill one, but it's a gain for me to kill another one. Ha ha ha. Just kill him, don't worry about me. Damn it, why are these guys from the Tianmo cult so brave?" Although the cultivators from the 7 domains had the upper hand, it was very difficult for them to do so. They relied entirely on their advantage in numbers. Although the Tianmo cult had fewer cultivators, they were very brave. If it weren't for the fact that there were more cultivators from the 7 domains, they might not have been able to suppress them. However, in this kind of battle, they still had to rely on the powerhouses in the sky. The great Emperor's aura continued to spread in all directions. The sky darkened because of this. Damn it, this woman is so strong. Old ancestor He Xian's face was a little ugly. His gaze fell on Ni Hongi. However, I just need to hold this woman back. He looked around. The Tianmo cult was basically suppressed by the powerhouses from the 7 domains. Although the process of suppression was somewhat difficult, it still played a role in suppressing them. It couldn't be said that the Tianmo cult was too weak. On the contrary, the Tianmo cult's strength had exceeded their expectations. One had to know that the powerhouses from the 7 domains had gathered here. They were supposed to have a lineup that could kill anything, but now they were in a stalemate with the Tianmo cult. This was enough to prove the strength of the Tianmo cult. Cut the crap. Ni Hongi snorted coldly. She naturally knew the situation, so she wanted to end the battle quickly and free up her hands to help the others. Obviously, old ancestor He Xian knew what she was thinking and deliberately delayed the battle. "Grand Elder, I heard that your Tianmo cult's religion is the patriarch?" The Sand Dune powerhouse who was fighting with the Grand Elder suddenly sneered. His indifferent gaze inadvertently glanced at the statue beside him and said indifferently, "What are you trying to do?" The Grand Elder's expression changed. He no longer hesitated and directly flew toward the statue. This little sand dune wanted to destroy the patriarch's statue. "Of course, I'm going to destroy your ridiculous Tianmo cult's religion," the sand dune powerhouse sneered. Then, he waved his hand, and the aura of the 7 tribulations flowed. His spiritual energy swept up the sand on the ground, and he threw a punch at the statue standing tall in the Tianmo cult's square. "I'd like to see if you can still be so arrogant after I destroy your religion." Boom. 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 Sand flowed wildly as spiritual energy condensed on his fist and then exploded. "Patriarch. This little sand dune wants to destroy the patriarch's statue." Seeing this scene, the expressions of Zhu Yuanbo and the other Tianmo cult members changed drastically. Their religion couldn't be destroyed. Boom. Ha. The sand dune powerhouse laughed wildly. Everyone knew that the patriarch of the Tianmo cult was the religion of the Tianmo cult. If he destroyed the religion of the Tianmo cult, wouldn't the Tianmo cult's combat strength be greatly reduced? The powerhouses from the 7 domains began to look forward to it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the fist condensed by the violent sand had already landed on the patriarch's statue. Even if the Grand Elder wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Boom. Boom. The punch seemed to shake heaven and earth. However, in the Tianmo cult square, the patriarch's statue still stood intact in front of everyone's eyes and in the hearts of all the Tianmo cult disciples. The patriarch's statue didn't break? Ha, this must be the patriarch's blessing. You people aren't worthy of destroying the patriarch's statue. You don't have the right. Ha. The patriarch is awesome and will always be a god. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Tianmo cult disciples were full of excitement. They unconsciously shouted the mantra. In their opinion, this was simply a miracle. After all, that was the full-strength punch of a 7 tribulations great emperor. The patriarch's statue was only made of stone, so it didn't break from the punch. This was simply a great boost to their morale. What? The emperor doesn't believe it. The sand dune powerhouse's expression was extremely ugly. Feeling humiliated, he punched out again. However, the punch landed. In the Tianmo cult square, the patriarch statue flickered with golden light. An aura erupted from the statue and swept out in all directions. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sand dune powerhouse exploded and died in an instant. What? Heaven and earth were shocked at this scene. There's still one more chapter. Why did someone say that it's all nonsense? If I don't write a great battle like this, I won't be able to set the atmosphere. I'll say that I don't feel anything, and when I write it, it's just water. It's too difficult for me. Chapter 674. It wasn't just the sand dune. Wherever the aura went, many experts from the 7 regions were instantly killed. In the sky, experts from the 7 regions were enveloped by the aura, then turned into clouds of blood and exploded. What? Even great emperors are capable of instantly killing him? Get out of the way. Seeing this scene, the experts from the 7 regions were somewhat flustered. No. It wasn't exactly fluster, but a kind of fear. The aura that erupted from the patriarch stone statue directly ignored the experts from the Tianmo cult and directly caught them and killed them. Boom. Boom. However, this powerful aura merely swept over and dissipated into the world. Even so, it directly took away a quarter of the experts from the 7 regions. In an instant, the experts in the sky exploded into clouds of blood, as if it was raining blood. For a moment, the experts from the 7 regions were flustered, their eyes filled with fear. Could it be? Had the patriarch of the Tianmo cult really performed a miracle? Ha ha ha. The patriarch is awesome. He will always be a god. Zhu Yuanbo laughed wildly, excitedly grabbed a roasted horsewhip, and stuffed it into his mouth. The eyes of the disciples of the Tianmo cult were also shining with a golden light. Could it be that the patriarch was really going to bring them another miracle? Boom. Boom. At this moment, in the Tianmo cult square, the patriarch's stone statue that stood erect shook. At this moment, everyone stopped at the same time. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but they didn't dare to move. Because no one knew what strange things would erupt from the patriarch's stone statue next. They were all very afraid. Buzz. At this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the patriarch's stone statue finally moved. They saw. The stone statue was shining with a golden light. The golden light rushed into the sky, illuminating the sky above the heavenly spirit realm. A golden light appeared on every member of the Tianmo cult. What's that? Looking at the sky. That burst of golden light. Looking at the golden light emitted by every member of the Tianmo cult, the experts from the 7 regions were all stunned. Deep confusion flashed through their eyes. What was going on? Why did the Tianmo cult have so many tricks up their sleeves? Hiss, not good. This old man has an extremely bad feeling. Old ancestor He Xian muttered with a frown on his face. Boom. At this moment, a golden light shrouded the area. A tremendous aura abruptly erupted from the bodies of the heavenly demon cultist. Boom. Boom. His aura continued to rise, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. This is the F***CK? How did Lord Fatty break through to the Great Emperor realm? No, he's not a Great Emperor. First tribulation. Second stage. What the F***CK? I can't stop. Am I AF* King 9 Tribulations Great Emperor now? At this moment, the silence between heaven and earth was broken by Zhu Yuanbo's exclamation. He saw. Zhu Yuanbo's aura continued to rise. Wind and lightning surged around his body. This was the lightning tribulation of the arch. However, it didn't seem like it, but his strength had indeed risen to the level of a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor. Heh! What's going on? Wasn't this brat still in the God Emperor realm earlier? How did he become a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor in the blink of an eye? Old ancestor He Xian was stunned. No, the F***CK. It's not just this damn fatty. It's all the Tianmo cult members. They're all going to become 9 Tribulations Great Emperors. At this moment, exclamations came from the side. Swoosh, swoosh. Everyone looked over and saw that everyone in the Tianmo cult was shrouded in golden light. There was a huge amount of spiritual energy on their bodies, and their clothes were fluttering. The wind and lightning on their bodies were also very similar to the lightning tribulation of a great emperor. However, the wind and lightning didn't hurt them at all. In the blink of an eye, they turned into endless power. The F***CK. All of them. 9 tribulations great emperors. Seeing this scene, old ancestor He Xian exploded. The experts of the 7 regions felt like they were dreaming. Why, in the blink of an eye, everyone in the Tianmo cult had reached the level of a 9 tribulations great emperor? This didn't conform to the study of cultivators. What did you do? Old ancestor He Xian's voice was trembling. Facing all the 9 tribulations great emperors of the Tianmo cult, they had no chance of winning. How would this old man know? The supreme elder scratched his head. Not to mention the experts of the 7 regions, even the people of the Tianmo cult were dumbfounded. How could their strength reach the level of a 9 tribulations great emperor out of nowhere? This was also inconceivable to them. However, although they were dumbfounded, at least they knew what to do now. All of that was naturally because Ning Tian had obtained the Ancestral Master's Faith ability. The Ancestral Master's stone statue that stood erect in the Sky Demon Cult Square was imbued with powerful faith, and with the condensation of faith, what burst out was naturally a cluster of faith light. The function of the light of faith was to temporarily raise the strength of the Patriarch's believers to the level of a 9 tribulations great emperor. Although it was only temporary, it was enough. And now, it was the Tianmo cult's counterattack. In an instant, the group of 9 tribulations great emperors of the Tianmo cult rushed over, scaring the experts of the 7 regions so much that they didn't even have the courage to resist. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen so many 9 tribulations great emperors, let alone fighting against them. Divine Envoy, save us. Seeing this scene, Patriarch He Xian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted. Now, the situation was no longer something they could control. How strange. All of them are 9 tribulations great emperors. It seems that this Tianling region has more than one secret. As Patriarch He Xian's voice faded, a faint voice sounded in the sky. They saw, a young man stepped out of the void, and several auras followed behind him. Every aura was enough to crush everyone. An ancestor god from the god realm. Seeing this scene, the Grand Elder's expression changed drastically. Ancestor god. Old man, aren't you looking down on me too much? This god, but you're a heavenly god. A ruthless glint flashed in the young man's eyes, and he directly slapped the Grand Elder. Boom. The aura of a heavenly god erupted. Not to mention a great emperor, even an ancestor god would die. Bang. In an instant, the Grand Elder was directly smashed into meat paste, and his storage ring was shattered. Countless copies of the Imperial Maiden portrait scattered in all directions. At this moment, everyone's faces were pale, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Grand Elder. The people of the Tianmo cult cried out in heart-wrenching voices. Everyone's eyes were red, and they were filled with desolation. Grand Elder, he was slapped to death in front of them just like that. At this moment, the crowd, who had just seen a glimmer of hope, fell into despair in an instant when they were just heavenly gods. Ha ha ha. Tianmo cult, this old man wants to see how you can still be arrogant. At the side, Patriarch He Xian laughed loudly. Did this god allow you to speak? The ruthless young man frowned slightly and glanced indifferently at Patriarch He Xian. Lord Divine Envoy, this old man. Patriarch He Xian panicked, but before he could finish his words, the palm fell again, and Patriarch He Xian was directly smashed into pieces. What? Seeing this scene, the expressions of the experts of the 7 regions changed drastically. Ha. Now, no one can stop this heavenly god's massacre. There's so much blood, it should be enough to affect this place. It's better to gather together to kill. The ruthless heavenly god laughed loudly. Instantly, everyone's heart sank. Could it be that the heavenly spirit realm would be stained with blood today? So noisy. However, right at this moment, a faint voice sounded. Everyone suddenly turned their heads, and even the ruthless heavenly god looked over. They saw, on the Patriarch's stone statue erected in the Tianmo cult square, a black-clothed young man was standing on the head of the stone statue. His expression was indifferent, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly raised his hand and pointed it at the Grand Elder, who had already turned into a pile of meat paste, and uttered 2 words indifferently. Life. The 5th watch has arrived. Chapter 675. The 2 words fell. A bright green light appeared in the hand of the young man standing on the ancestral stone statue in the Tianmo cult square, exuding endless vitality. The young man did not stop what he was doing. He raised his other hand and murmured again. Time. Tick. Everyone seemed to hear a ticking sound in their ears. They saw. The Grand Elder, who had turned into a meatball, began to recover at this moment. This scene, it was as if time was flowing backward. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Elder's body was restored to its original state. That's right. This was indeed a new ability brought about by the improvement of the law of time. Ning Tian's current control of time laws had already reached the level where he could control the time of others. Of course, the time of others depended on one's strength. All he had done was restore the Grand Elder's body to the state it had been when it had been flattened by a single punch. When the body was restored, the law of life in Ning Tian's hand turned into a chain of life, locking the Grand Elder's soul and directly bringing his soul back to his body, and because of this, the Earth Spirit world had one less business. Since the improvement of all the laws he had mastered, the law of life could now resurrect some creatures that had just died, and he did not need to kill them. But to resurrect, there were 2 criteria. First, the opponent's strength, and second, the time of death. Ning Tian's strength was far beyond the Grand Elder's, and the Grand Elder had just died, so naturally, he could be resurrected without any pressure. This old man is still alive. On the ground, the Grand Elder suddenly opened his eyes, and after a moment of shock, he burst out. No. I can die, but I can't lose the Imperial Daughter portrait. This old man's Imperial Daughter portrait. Seeing this scene, the people of the Tianmo cult, who were originally worried, heaved a sigh of relief, and then raised their excited eyes to look at the stone statue. This voice, this figure, how could they not be familiar with it? This was the legend of the Tianmo cult, the belief of the entire Tianmo cult. They had already engraved Ning Tian's appearance in their hearts. You. Who are you? The ruthless heavenly god looked at the black-clothed youth on the stone statue with an expression of disbelief. His body couldn't help but tremble. Just now, he clearly saw that old man being slapped to death by that black-clothed youth. Does the ancient god Cloud Atlas only send out trash? You don't even know whose territory the Tianmo cult is, yet you dare to make a move at will. Ning Tian looked at the ruthless heavenly god indifferently, as if he was looking at an ant. You. How did you know of our existence? You, who exactly are you? The ruthless heavenly god's body trembled. As a 5-star heavenly god, he actually couldn't see through this young man at all. In fact, he even felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. Looks like your position in the ancient god cloud map isn't high. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He said indifferently, in the 9 zones, I am the patriarch of the Tianmo cult. In the divine realm, I am the heavenly palace's ancestral master. Patriarch of the Tianmo cult. He's actually the patriarch of the Tianmo cult. Didn't the legendary patriarch go to the deity realm? Could it be his back? And from the looks of it, the divine envoy of the deity realm is very afraid of the Tianmo cult's legendary patriarch. Upon hearing Ning Tian's words, the expressions of the surrounding experts of the 7 zones changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. What? The heavenly palace? You're from the heavenly palace? In an instant, in the sky, the ruthless heavenly god was trembling with fear. He hurriedly shouted at his subordinates beside him, Go! Stop him, quickly. I didn't expect the heavenly palace's patriarch to actually come back. This matter must be reported to the ancient god. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding ancestral god subordinates didn't dare to move at all. What are you doing? The ruthless heavenly god swallowed his saliva and suddenly turned around. However, behind him, the ancestral god subordinates didn't dare to move at all. 2 peerless beauties appeared beside them. One of them was dressed in a blue and white robe. Her beautiful face was cold, and flames surrounded her body as if they were about to freeze one's soul. The other was dressed in a purple robe and had 9 fox tails swaying in the wind. This is the Empress and the Holy Master. They're back too. Seeing the 2 beauties in the sky, the Grand Elder, Yaroshi, and the rest of the Tianmo cult members' eyes flashed with excitement. They didn't expect that not only had the Patriarch returned, but even the Empress and the Holy Master had returned. For a moment, everyone's eyes were wet, and they were filled with passion. Sure enough, in the most dangerous times, their faith would always come to their rescue, just like it had in the past. It's just 2 women. Why aren't you moving? What? Before the ruthless heavenly god could finish his order, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the 2 women merely raise their lily-white hands and casually press down on the ancestral gods. Boom! In an instant, the ancestral gods were like watermelons that had exploded, and they were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. With a raise of their hands, even the ancestral gods had to die. Hiss, holy shit. The Empress and the Holy Master are so powerful. Seeing this scene, the Grand Elder and the others' faces changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. They originally thought that after so many years, the Empress and the Holy Master should be around the ancestral god level no matter how strong their aptitudes were. However, it didn't seem to be the case at all. With a raise of their hands, the ancestral gods died. Then, what realm had their strength reached? Seeing this scene, Moon Spirit and Enai Hongi were shocked and a little disappointed at the same time. Their eyes fell on the young man who was still on the stone statue, and they sighed deeply. Even though they had worked very hard to cultivate in the past few years, however, they were still far from catching up to the Patriarch's footsteps. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. The only women who could stay by the Patriarch's side were the Empress and the Holy Master. At this moment, Ning Tian didn't know what the 2 women were thinking. He took a step into the void and appeared in front of the ruthless heavenly god in the blink of an eye. A pair of emotionless eyes fell on the ruthless heavenly god. What are you trying to do? The ruthless heavenly god subconsciously retreated. Then, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. A spiritual energy spear condensed in his hand. He raised the spear high and thrust it at Ning Tian. Die, brat. Patriarch, be careful. Seeing this scene, the Tianmo cult's people tensed up. Although they didn't know the Patriarch's strength, he was a heavenly god. However, when the ruthless heavenly god raised the spear in his hand and thrust it at Ning Tian looked over indifferently. A black aura flowed out of his eyes. In an instant, the ruthless heavenly god's pupils shrank. He didn't even have time to scream before his body was swallowed by the black aura. That was the Eye of Death. For a moment, the world seemed to have quieted down. Ning Tian used his actions to tell everyone that the god they thought was just an ant. Still writing. Chapter 676. Hiss. When the world fell silent, the sound of a sharp intake of breath broke the silence. Whether it was the Tianmo cult or the experts of the 7 regions, they all looked at Ning Tian in horror. The Patriarch of the Tianmo cult was so terrifying, it was just a glance. The ruthless god, who was invincible in everyone's eyes, died just like that. It turned out that, even the Patriarch's gaze could kill. The world fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, millions of eyes filled with shock, fear, and reverence landed on Ning Tian. You shocked Zhu Yuanbo. You shocked the Grand Elder. You shocked Yu Ling. You shocked Enai Hongi. You shocked Yu Qin. You shocked Heavenly Charm and Heavenly Fragrance. You shocked everyone in the Tianmo cult. You shocked the experts of the 7 regions. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Ning Tian's mind. One familiar name after another fell into his ears. Reward: the Patriarch's faith has been upgraded. The Patriarch's faith can be used together with the faith of the human's heart. The Patriarch is awesome. The Patriarch is the eternal God. Haha. As expected of the legendary Patriarch of the Tianmo cult. Wait, I must treat the Patriarch to 10 whips. No, 100 whips. Below the sky. Zhu Yuanbo held the barbecued horsewhip and laughed loudly, instantly breaking the silence. The legendary Patriarch, the eternal God, at this moment. The experts of the 7 regions' hearts were beating wildly. They muttered softly, their eyes full of fear. Today, the 7 regions should be led by the divine envoys to flatten the Tianmo cult and then smoothly ascend to the divine realm. But everything was completely changed because of the appearance of the patriarch of the Tianmo cult. In the sky, Ning Tian was not in a hurry to meet with his old friends. He looked at the 2 women and asked with a frown, "Wife, did you only feel these few auras? Now in the 9 regions, there are only these few divine realm experts in the ancient god cloud map?" "Yes. There are indeed only a few elder gods." Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. A cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. She said indifferently, "However, perhaps there are experts that we can't sense. They haven't appeared yet." "An ancient god realm expert?" Ning Tian frowned slightly. Indeed, if there were any experts in the 9 regions that the 2 women couldn't sense, then they could only be ancient god realm expert. When they left the god realm and came to the 9 regions, they had already sensed the movements in the 7 regions. When Ning Tian attacked, he also asked the 2 girls to scout the surroundings to see if there were any remaining powerhouses of the ancient god cloud atlas. Because he understood. The goal of the ancient god cloud atlas might not be limited to this. The real goal of the ancient god cloud atlas might not be to attack the Tianmo cult. Ning Tian looked at the thousands of miles of floating corpses and rivers of blood. After a moment of silence, a glint flashed in his eyes as he slowly spoke. The ancient god cloud atlas had no reason to attack the Tianmo cult. Even if they knew that he was the one behind the Tianmo cult, they wouldn't attack the Tianmo cult. The ancient god cloud atlas had never targeted him. Their goal had always been to deal with the dark turmoil. The dark turmoil, rivers of blood. The spirit chi of the 9 regions is gathered here. Once the spirit chi exceeds the capacity of a region, it may cause a seal, and it may gush out. Ning Tian murmured softly, his eyes full of light. The spirit chi of a spirit region was like water in a cup. If the spirit chi exceeded the limit, it would overflow like the water in the cup. And all the spirit chi of the heavenly spirit region, it was all in the land of divine fall tribulation. Ning Tian suddenly came to her senses. From the beginning, the ancient god cloud atlas target had never been the Tianmo cult. Their target was one of the 4 great seals, the land of divine fall tribulation. They deceived the experts of the 7 regions and killed the Tianmo cult just to lure the experts of the 9 regions to the heavenly spirit region. They wanted the spirit chi here to be unbalanced, and the experts' blood would flow all over the land. Then, they could destroy the seal of the land of divine fall tribulation. It had to be said, the ancient god cloud atlas had calculated everything. It seems that the ancient gods of the ancient generation have come to the heavenly spirit region. Why aren't these guys suppressed by the heavenly Tao? Ning Tian clenched his teeth, his heart full of doubts. The ancient generation was the strongest generation of the ancient god cloud atlas. They were probably ancient gods of the sovereign realm. Ning Tian no longer hesitated. He looked at Luo Wuqing and instructed, "Honey, you guys suppress the cultivators of the 7 regions first. If anyone refuses to obey, just kill them. I'll go to the land of divine fall tribulation to save our father first." "Okay. With us here, these cultivators won't dare to be presumptuous." Luo Wuqing nodded slightly at Ning Tian's words. Her pretty face was frosty. Although she was also worried about Qin Luo, it was obvious that they were needed here. Even if they went, they wouldn't be of much help. It was better to trust Ning Tian. "Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to our father," Ning Tian said to Luo Wuqing. Then, he stepped into the void. The land of divine fall. Or rather, the land of divine fall tribulation. When Ning Tian first came here, he was still in the heavenly venerable realm. At that time, he obtained the Buddha demon pagoda here. This was probably the first time he came into contact with the darkness. Now, he was already in the heavenly god realm. It could be said that things had remained the same, but people had changed. In the void, Ning Tian took a step forward. As expected, there's a powerful aura, but why doesn't the heavenly Tao's aura exist here? When Ning Tian appeared here, he felt a series of thunderous sounds coming from the deepest part of the land of divine fall. It seemed that Qin Luo and the people of the ancient god Cloud Atlas had started fighting, but why did the heavenly Tao's aura that should exist here disappear? Forget it. I'll study it later. Ning Tian frowned. Then, he rushed toward the land of divine fall. Qin Luo, you have to hang in there. It doesn't matter if you die. Don't make my wife sad. Qin Luo, ? At this moment, the land of the fallen gods. This was the place where Ning Tian had obtained the Buddha's demon pagoda. At this moment, strong winds were blowing here, and the sky was blood-red. 3 terrifying auras were constantly colliding, and every time they collided, even the void would be shattered. Boom. Boom. Even a supreme ancient god would be suppressed by such an aura. Qin Luo, you stole the heaven and earth cauldron millions of years ago. You caused the ancient god Cloud Atlas's plan to fail. Now, you have to pay for it. A demonic figure covered in black gas slammed his palm toward the bearded man. He was laughing strangely. T. I borrowed it. You're the one who stole it. That familiar voice sounded. Qin Luo slapped the demonic sound away, but he didn't forget to curse. Boom. 2 ancient god sovereigns' shadows shot forward. Another white-haired middle-aged man holding a sword looked at Qin Luo coldly and said, as expected of someone who was as famous as the ice god a million years ago. You're indeed powerful. But, you're bound by a seal now, right? So what if I'm bound? Isn't it easy for me to beat you 2 little brats? I just didn't expect the famous sword sage to be in cahoots with the ancient god Cloud Atlas. Qin Luo sneered. If you owe 1 update, you'll get 4 updates tomorrow. If you make up for it, you'll get 5 updates tomorrow. Book Friend 5 Group, 9767366595. Only this group has a spot. Those who have joined the other 4 groups, don't join. Give some spots to others. Chapter 677. Colluding with Evil. Hair. Hearing Qin Luo's sneer, the white-haired sword saint couldn't help but sneer. He raised the sharp sword in his hand and slightly shook his arm. In an instant, the blade of the sword was wrapped in a strange black energy, becoming incomparably sharp. Do you see? This is true power. Even, this power surpasses spirit energy. This is the power of chaos hidden in the darkness. Looking at the black aura on the sword, the white-haired sword saint's eyes were bloodshot and filled with madness. The demon race experts beside him also had black aura on them. According to them, the black aura on them was the power of chaos hidden in the darkness. Really, stubborn. Qin Luo shook his head helplessly and looked at the 2 ancient god sovereigns in front of him. They were ancient gods of the ancient god Yun Tu's generation and had the strength of a 2-star ancient god sovereign. If it was a one-on-one fight, he naturally wouldn't lose. Even if the 2 of them attacked at the same time, he could still contend with them. But, Qin Luo's eyes inadvertently glanced to the side where the seal of the land of god perdition was. Now that the spirit energy in the heaven spirit region had become very strong and the blood energy was hazy, it was very likely that it would damage the seal. In other words, he had to fight the 2 2-star ancient god sovereigns and guard against the seal of the land of god perdition being damaged. Damn it, ancient god Yun Tu, these guys are really annoying. Qin Luo cursed in his heart and released all his spirit energy. Sword Saint, why are you still talking nonsense with this guy? It wasn't easy to absorb the power of darkness and come out of seclusion. Naturally, I have to fight to my heart's content. I can't wait to use this power. At the side, the black figure filled with demonic aura laughed strangely. Demon god Black Flame, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the demon emperor of the demon race died because of you. I didn't expect that he would join the ancient god Yun Tu and break through to become an ancient god sovereign. Qin Luo frowned slightly as he looked indifferently at the black figure. How unlucky. Even trash like you can become an ancient god sovereign. As expected of the million-year-old god of cursing, the demonic god Black Flame's mouth twitched, and a ferocious glint appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's all thanks to the power of darkness that I can achieve such a breakthrough. Today, you will also become my nourishment. Sword Saint, go." His voice fell. Two enormous auras attacked Qin Luo. The white-haired sword saint and the black flame demon god weren't weak to begin with, and with the support of the strange dark force, their strength reached a terrifying level. Divine flame. Qin Luo snorted coldly. A large flaming saber appeared in his hand as he charged forward. The only thing he could do now was face the two of them head-on, and then draw them out of the sealed area of the land of divine demise. Otherwise, being restricted by the seal, it was difficult for him to fully display his strength. Bang! In an instant. Saber light and sword shadow, the blazing saber light slashed at the enormous devil Qi. Even though he was restricted by the seal, Qin Luo wasn't at a disadvantage against the two ancient god sovereigns. He was still able to deal with their joint attacks with ease. Bang! Boom! Boom! The surrounding void constantly shattered. Three figures constantly flashed through the void. The white-haired sword saint and the black flame demon god were smart. Every time Qin Luo wanted to draw them out of the sealed area, they would stop. It seemed like they knew that only by keeping Qin Luo restricted by the seal would they have a chance to deal with him. Otherwise, once Qin Luo lost his scruples, he would probably be able to defeat them one by one. Myriad sword formation. In the sky, there was a black light. The white-haired sword saint raised his cold sword. In an instant, countless sword chi with black light appeared. As the white-haired sword saint swung his sword, it created a sonic boom as it attacked Qin Luo. At the same time, the black flame demon god also activated the devil chi that filled the sky and attacked Qin Luo. However, facing such a situation, Qin Luo appeared extremely calm. The saber in his hand was instantly engulfed in a layer of blazing divine flame. The saber trembled and instantly transformed into a 10,000-meter-long flaming saber shadow as it slashed down. This saber seemed to split the sky. Bang! 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 The 10,000 sword chi was instantly torn apart. The devil chi was also devoured by the divine flame. The sky instantly quietened down. That's it. Qin Luo raised his flaming saber and looked at the two ancient sovereigns with disdain. He was a 5-star ancient sovereign. Damn it, the power of the seal is really heartless. If not for the seal, I would have already killed the two of you. Qin Luo cursed. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the white-haired sword saint actually clapped his hands. The corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. He looked at Qin Luo and said, "You are indeed the famous god of cursing for 1,000,000 years. You are indeed powerful. I'm afraid only the most ancient existences in the ancient god cloud diagram can fight you head-on. But, it's a pity that you are currently restricted by the seal. Moreover, it's not as simple as the seal, right?" The white-haired sword saint's eyes flashed with a playful look. He looked at the land of divine perdition behind Qin Luo. "I think there should be another person in the seal, right? Moreover, if I'm not wrong, she should be your wife." Huh! Hearing this, Qin Luo narrowed his eyes and subconsciously leaned toward the seal. "It seems, some filthy things have infiltrated the fire domain. It seems that the news is correct. Now, we don't have to go through so much trouble." Seeing this, the white-haired sword saint couldn't help but curl his lips. At this moment, he and demon god Black Flame's eyes fell behind Qin Luo. Clearly, their target was very clear. It was the land of divine perdition. Their goal was to destroy the seal. Now, they could destroy the seal and restrain Qin Luo. Why not? Qin Luo's expression gradually became serious. He held the divine flame saber tighter in his hand. Only he knew what the land of divine perdition represented. He also knew that the seal must not be destroyed. At this moment, all was silent. The three of them fixed their eyes on each other. They were all looking for an opportunity to attack. TSK, TSK. Suddenly, at this moment, a hearty laugh involuntarily rang out. "Isn't this Uncle Qin? We haven't seen each other for millions of years. How did you become so shitty?" "Huh? Shitty? How dare you scold me? Huh? F***CK, it's you, you heartless brat." Hearing this, Qin Luo instantly cursed. However, when he turned his head, he was instantly overjoyed. He saw Behind Qin Luo, a black-clad young man stepped out of the void. He had a bright smile on his face as he looked at the three people present. "Hey, Uncle Qin. It's been a long time." Chapter 678. The white-haired sword saint and demon god Black Flame were both stunned by Ning Tian's appearance. Then, a solemn look flashed in their eyes. This kid had a strange aura. They could not see through Ning Tian's strength at all. It seemed that they had to be careful. "Kid, why are you here?" Qin Luo glanced at Ning Tian and then glanced behind him before asking. "The Nine Zones Tianmo cult is in trouble. Of course, I have to come. Besides, I can't let you die, right?" "Although it doesn't matter much whether you die or not," Ning Tian said honestly. "If Qin Luo died, how sad would his wife be?" Qin Luo rolled his eyes. "You stinking brat. You're so King heartless." This kid, why does he look so familiar?" The white-haired sword saint's gaze fell on Ning Tian. He could not help but frown. After pondering for a moment, he immediately reacted. His eyes flashed fiercely. "So it's you, kid? You know me. So, there are fans of mine in the ancient god cloud map." Ning Tian looked at him with a smile. "I'm your fan. You think you're worthy?" The white-haired sword saint roared. His eyes flashed fiercely. "You killed my son, destroyed my sect, and lied about being from the virtual god palace. You killed my sword god doppelganger. You're courting death. Destroyed your sect. Lied about being from the virtual god palace?" Upon hearing the white-haired sword saint's words, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. He had destroyed so many sects. He might not know who they were, but he had some impression of lying about the virtual god palace incident. "You're the sword god of 10,000 swords?" He looked at the white-haired sword saint. "That's right. The sword god of 10,000 swords he was talking about was the god realm expert behind the 10,000 swords sect that he had used a sect extermination card to destroy in the firmament territory. Back then, when the sword god of 10,000 swords phantom had just descended to the firmament territory, he had shattered it with a slap. So, the sword god of 10,000 swords is this strong? He has the strength of an ancient god." Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. "That's not right. Sword god of 10,000 swords is probably just one of your clones, isn't it?" Ning Tian looked at the white-haired sword saint and said indifferently. According to the old voids of the virtual god palace, the god of swords had taken the initiative to look for them in the divine territory. He had beaten them black and blue, but he had not been able to kill them. If the god of swords was an ancient god, the virtual god palace would have been destroyed a long time ago. Since the virtual god palace still existed, it meant that the god of swords was merely a clone of the white-haired sword saint. Yes. Those old fellows from the empty god palace dared to destroy my clone. After this matter is over, I will personally destroy the empty god palace." The white-haired sword saint snorted coldly. "What a pity. I'm afraid you won't be able to return." The corners of Ning Tian's mouth rose slightly. He then looked at Qin Luo and chuckled. "Uncle Qin, leave this white-haired sword saint to me. What do you think?" Little Ning, this guy is an ancient god sovereign." Qin Luo frowned. He seemed to have seen through Ning Tian's strength and was a little hesitant. "Don't worry. I have confidence." Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile, her expression calm. "Okay. Don't die. Once I kill this black flame, I will come and help you." Qin Luo nodded. The divine flame saber in his hand was already thirsting for blood. He grinned and looked at the demon god Black Flame. The demon god Black Flame swallowed his saliva in fear. He alone was not Qin Luo's match. It was over. Was he really going to be killed today? Ha ha ha. I haven't killed demons in a long time. Finally, I can satisfy my craving. Qin Luo laughed loudly. Then, he raised the divine flame saber in his hand and charged at the demon god Black Flame. At the side, the demon god Black Flame screamed in fear. Without the white-haired sword saint's help, the demon god Black Flame alone was no match for Qin Luo, even with the power of dark turmoil. It was only a matter of time before he won. "Kid, although I can't see through your strength, you are definitely not my match." Tens of thousands of swords appeared behind the white-haired sword saint. He looked at Ning Tian indifferently. A few years ago, you destroyed the phantom of my myriad sword god with a single palm strike. No matter how strong you were at that time, you were only at the demigod realm. Now that a few years have passed, no matter how talented you are probably only at the heavenly god realm. A mere heavenly god, not even a supreme ancient god. How can you be my match? Even as the demon god Black Flame cursed, the white-haired sword saint was unmoved. Because he knew. He only needed one strike to kill this kid. One strike was enough. Oh. Your analysis is very reasonable. In terms of strength, I am indeed no match for you, Ning Tian chuckled and said nonchalantly. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. The white-haired sword saint raised the sword in his hand. Tens of thousands of sword intents followed behind him. Then, go to hell. As his emotionless and indifferent words fell, he swung his sword. In terms of strength, I am indeed no match for you. But, it's a pity. A faint light flashed through Ning Tian's eyes when he saw the 10,000 swords. His expression was extremely calm. He waved his hand, and the space before him rippled. A pitch-black stone statue stood in front of him. That was the ancestral stone statue he took from the 10,000 spirits demon Ness. I'll show you how frightening a million years of faith can be. I'm not fighting alone, but the entire heavenly demon cult. Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly as she muttered. Use faith of light. The sound faded. Boom. In an instant, the ancestral stone statue emitted a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire world. The tens of thousands of sword intents also dimmed and dissipated under this golden light. It is indeed effective. Fortunately, I took this stone statue with me. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. His greatest assurance was this ancestral stone statue. The reward he received before, ancestral master's faith, could release all the faith in objects that contained the power of faith. The stone statue he took away from the 10,000 spirits demon nest contained the faith of the Tianmo cult of the divine domain for 1,000,000 years. When this power of faith was used together with the faith of light, he could even fight against a sovereign realm ancient god. Boom. In an instant, all the golden light poured into Ning Tian's body. The power surged and was extremely terrifying. This is, looking at the golden light emitted by Ning Tian's body, the white-haired sword saint's expression turned serious. Cold sweat trickled down his body. He felt that he was not facing one person, but thousands of people. This kid, how strange. His aura is actually infinitely close to this god's. His heart trembled violently. While the white-haired sword saint was secretly shocked, the system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind again. He was going to cheat. Chapter 679. You have shocked the white-haired sword saint. Reward, God Realm Sword Dao Martial Art, Divine Will Judgment. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Ning Tian just silently noted it down and ignored it. At this moment, a ball of power was gradually awakening in his hand. That was ethereal power, don't forget. The ethereal power could temporarily increase one's strength. As Ning Tian was afraid that he couldn't defeat the white-haired sword saint, he wanted to use a few more cheats so that he could kill the white-haired sword saint in one move. Since he had already used cheats, he didn't mind using a few more. This was a form of respect for the white-haired sword saint. If the white-haired sword saint knew about Ning Tian's thoughts, he would probably curse him and beg him to humiliate him. He didn't want this kind of respect. I can't drag this out any longer. This kid's aura is still rising. Looking at Ning Tian's soaring aura, the white-haired sword saint was very nervous. He gritted his teeth and instantly made a decision. Sword intent flashed in his hand as he shouted, sword intent, kill. A sword attack with 3,000 layers of sword intent swept over. Your sword is too weak. Ning Tian shook his head. Then, the red cloud sword appeared in his hand. It was the first time he used a kitchen treasure against a sovereign realm ancient god. Facing the white-haired sword saint's sword, his eyes flashed and his expression was calm. The white-haired sword saint's sword was full of flaws in his eyes. Although he was called a sword saint, don't forget that Ning Tian's second senior brother, dustless, was a swordsman. Dustless sword art. Silent sword fall. Ning Tian said indifferently. His body was flashing with golden light. At this moment, under the support of the ethereal aura, he became even stronger. He raised his sword and gently waved it. Boom! In an instant. The sword intent was raging and whistling, but this sword was silent. Although it was silent, its speed was shocking. In an instant, the two sword intents collided. The murderous sword intent and the calm sword intent collided. However, the result was completely different. The silent sword intent swept over and destroyed the sword intent completely. Then, it charged towards the white-haired sword saint. What? The white-haired sword saint exclaimed. He stepped into the void and wanted to dodge. Sorry, space is my territory. The corners of Ning Tian's lips curled up. He lifted his hand and the space laws erupted. His palm slammed down and the white-haired sword saint was actually pushed out of the void. At the same time, Ning Tian controlled the space laws to form a giant hand that grabbed onto the soundless sword intent and slashed at the white-haired sword saint. The soundless sword intent was already astonishingly fast, and now it even had the ability to lock the opponent's head. How could the white-haired sword saint dodge this? Pu. An X-shaped wound instantly appeared on the white-haired sword saint's body. His flesh was badly mangled, and the sword intent continued to wreak havoc within his body. What is this? The white-haired sword saint looked at the wound on his chest in horror. It was covered in blood, and he could even see a black heart beating. But this was not the most important thing. What terrified him was, black smoke was spreading from the wound. This black aura was filled with the aura of death. It was as if it wanted to devour all life. Despicable. The sword intent is poisonous. The white-haired sword saint exclaimed. Poison? Hearing this, Ning Tian chuckled and did not say anything. This was not poison, it was just a little bit of the aura of death. The white-haired sword saint snorted coldly. Then, a strange black aura flowed out from his hand. He slammed his palm on his chest, and the aura of death that was attached to the sword intent was actually forced out by his palm. This aura, seeing the aura that the white-haired sword saint had just used, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This energy should be the energy that the ancient god Cloud Atlas had researched. The energy that the white-haired sword saint used was clearly much denser than sky ices. But why did the unknown tree react? That's right. When the white-haired sword saint used that strange black aura, Jiangyi sensed that the unknown tree in the small world in his dantian had a desire. Could it be? The energy that they used is the same as the energy that the unknown tree absorbed in the sealed land? Is there a connection? Ning Tian frowned. He had a vague guess in his heart. Dustless sword art, you are from the heavenly palace. In this world, only he can defeat my sword art. The white-haired sword saint's eyes were filled with shock. You have shocked the white-haired sword saint again. Reward, sword Dao God. At this moment, the white-haired sword saint finally strengthened Ning Tian personally. When the system's voice fell, Ning Tian's robe fluttered. The sword intent kept surging. Even the surrounding air was cut by the sword intent. 3,000 great Dao, it was an evolution under the law. When the Dao reached the extreme, it was the saint. Above the saint was the god. At this moment, Ning Tian raised the kitchen artifact in his hand. It was as if he was one with the sword. He looked at the white-haired sword saint calmly and grinned. White-haired sword saint, thank you. The white-haired sword saint. Damn. This kid, why did his sword intent suddenly strengthen so much? He was shocked. You have shocked the white-haired sword saint again. Red Cloud Sword has been upgraded. In his mind, the system's voice sounded again. He saw, the red cloud sword in Ning Tian's hand flashed and became sharper. Hiss, this time, even the sword has become stronger. The white-haired sword saint widened his eyes. You again. The next attack, the sword intent move, will display 200% of its power. The system's voice fell again. Ning Tian, this white-haired sword saint, did he want to die so much? It would be fine if he was not shocked. The more shocked he was, the closer he was to death. Damn it, to be able to defeat me with sword intent, since ancient times, only Wu Chen can do it. As for the others, this god will not admit it. The white-haired sword saint did not know that he had strengthened Ning Qian so much. He gritted his teeth and looked at Ning Qian fiercely. He raised the white sword in his hand and said word by word, "I will let you experience this god's strongest move, the myriad sword technique." The voice fell. The sword intent behind the white-haired sword saint whistled and turned into tens of thousands of sharp swords. Each sword contained 1/10 of his power. He was going to use this move. He was going to kill Ning Qian. "Grandma Li. White hair, are you done yet? This demonic god can't take it anymore. This Qin Luo is shameless. He keeps chopping off this demonic god's lower body. He wants this demonic god to die without descendant." At the side, the demonic god Black Flame screamed, "Soon. This sword will decide your life and death." The white-haired sword saint looked indifferent. He swung his sword and instantly, tens of thousands of sword intents appeared. "This is called Myriad Sword." Seeing this scene, Ning Qian's lips curled up slightly. He looked at the white-haired sword saint mockingly. "Huh?" The white-haired sword saint was taken aback. He looked at Ning Qian's mocking face and suddenly felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he felt the endless sword intents around him. This is. His pupils suddenly shrank. In the sky, tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of Ning Qian appeared, and each of them held a scarlet heaven sword. 2 more chapters. Continue writing. Chapter 680. This was the advantage of the ethereal doppelganger. What was the art of 10,000 swords? Ning Qian used his actions to tell the white-haired sword saint that the tens of thousands of sword intents were not the real art of 10,000 swords, but the tens of thousands of himself holding the sword was the real art of 10,000 sword. "I'm sorry. I only wanted to create 10,000 sword avatars, but I didn't expect to be so strong that I could create a few million sword avatars." Ning Qian scratched his head and looked at the white-haired sword saint apologetically. "Don't worry. At most, each sword avatar will slash you once." The white-haired sword saint's mouth twitched. He gritted his teeth and stared at Ning Qian. "Kid, if apologies are useful, then apologies are useless. Then don't bother. Just slash me." However, before the white-haired sword saint could finish his words, Ning Qian casually interrupted him. He waved his hand casually and millions of Ning Qian's sword intents engulfed the white-haired sword saint. The 10,000 swords that the white-haired sword saint was so proud of were instantly shattered. "I have one sword that is enough to destroy you." Divine will adjudication. Ning Qian's expression gradually became indifferent. His sword intent whizzed as though he was one with the sword. He raised the sword in his hand and swung it down. Golden light and sword intent engulfed the surroundings. At the same time, millions of figures in the sky did the same. 200% power explosion. "No, the only thing that can defeat me is Wu Chen's sword art." The white-haired sword saint's face instantly turned pale. "Of course, because this is not a sword art. My sword art is only for cooking. You don't deserve to die under my sword art. After all, you can't eat." Ning Qian's lips curled up slightly as he chuckled. "What?" The white-haired sword saint's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with humiliation, but, at this moment, he had no strength to resist. "Ah!" The white-haired sword saint let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was instantly enveloped by millions of sword lights. At this moment, the white-haired sword saint died peacefully. Not only was his physical body destroyed, even his soul was destroyed. Then, in the future, he would make things difficult for a certain white-robed girl in the Earth spirit world. After all, it was indeed a difficult task to collect a soul that had been shattered into millions of pieces. When the white-haired sword saint left peacefully, a strange black aura burst out from his body, intending to shoot in a certain direction. Seeing this scene, Ning Qian was stunned for a moment. Then, he directly used the absorption power of the unknown tree. The black gas seemed to be uncontrollable and directly flew toward Ning Qian. Then, it was sucked into the unknown tree in the small world of his dantian. After absorbing the energy, the unknown tree flashed with a stream of light. It is indeed a familiar power. Ning Tian murmured. It seems that the white-haired sword saint did not fully control the power of darkness. He was borrowing it. This power has a strengthening effect on the unknown tree. I have to get more of it. A glint flashed across Ning Tian's eyes. Then, his gaze fell on demon god Black Flame, who was being chased by Qin Luo with his divine flame saber. If he was not mistaken, this demon god should also possess such power. On the side, Qin Luo, damn you. This demon god curses your son to have no asshole. Demon god Black Flame's body was covered with wounds. Even his thigh, the place closest to his dignity, had a cut. The wound was so deep that even the demonic aura could not cover it. Haha. I don't have a son, only a daughter. She is also a great beauty. Ha ha ha. Qin Luo laughed coarsely, his shifty eyes staring at demon god He Yang's crotch. Demon god He Yang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He was a dignified ancient god sovereign, so how could he endure such humiliation? Ha ha. Eat my saber. The divine flame saber in Qin Luo's hand flashed. He was about to strike. However, at this moment, Ning Tian's voice sounded from the side. Uncle Qin, snatch your head. As soon as his voice faded, thousands of swords flew over and instantly sent demon god Black Flame away. Demon god Black Flame did not expect that he would be so popular that there would be people vying to kill him. That's good stuff. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. Then, under Qin Luo's dumbfounded gaze, he waved his hand and used the heart of the demon to absorb all the demonic aura from demon god Black Flame's body. The power of darkness was also completely absorbed by the unknown tree. Damn. Little brat Ning, you really killed him. You are so heartless. I haven't had my fill yet. It's boring to stay in this seal every day. On the side, Qin Luo cursed and scolded Ning Tian for snatching his head. Haha. Uncle Qin, we are not snatching. We are just doing it in passing. Ning Tian laughed out loud. Huh. Why do these words sound so familiar? Qin Luo scratched his head. Husband. At this moment, a voice sounded in the sky. Two beautiful figures stepped out of the void and appeared in front of Ning Tian and Qin Luo with a trace of anxiety. After Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro dealt with the Tianmo cult, they sensed the terrifying energy here. Because they were too worried about Ning Tian, they rushed over. Hey, isn't this my precious daughter? When Qin Luo heard the voice from the sky, he looked over and his eyes instantly lit up. Fa. Father. Luo Wuqing froze for a moment, and a trace of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. Even the cold Empress could not control her longing for her father. It was human nature. Haha. You have grown so big. Come on, let me take a good look. Qin Luo's face was covered in tears and snot. In a flash, he wanted to hug Luo Wuqing in his arms. Father, I missed you so much. However, without waiting for Qin Luo to hug Luo Wuqing, Ning Tian burrowed into Qin Luo's arms with tears and snot, hugging him tightly. Qin Luo froze for a moment. Who the hell is your father? You heartless brat, don't King disgust me. I don't have a son as big as you. Yes. I am a heartless brat. Ning Tian grinned and secretly wiped his snot on Qin Luo's body. Then he let go of Qin Luo and pulled Luo Wuqing over. He generously held her hand and said, Father, look, isn't this your daughter? Yes, but what does this have to do with you? Qin Luo was still in a daze. Of course it has to do with me. After all, I am your precious daughter's husband, am I right, father? Father. Ning Tian chuckled. Qin Luo's head was full of question marks. What the *CK? Being addressed as father should be a joyous thing. However, as he looked at that damned brat Ning Tian hugging his precious daughter, Qin Luo suddenly realized why heavenly deity Sheng Sun had looked at him with such ferocious eyes back then. There is still one more update. I won't be able to finish it before 12 o'clock. Let's go eat first. I won't miss this update. I will finish it even if I stay up late. Chapter 681. You too, really? The corner of Qin Luo's mouth twitched as he looked at the two people hugging each other. Father, what do you think? Ning Tian hugged Luo Wuqing generously and looked at Qin Luo proudly. He called Qin Luo father so intimately that he wished he could lie beside Qin Luo's ear and whisper father. Brat, did I ask you a question? Qin Luo glared at Ning Tian. Seeing this brat hugging his daughter's hand, he felt that he could no longer control his divine flame saber. He really wanted to chop off this pervert's hand. My precious daughter, do you think the two of you are really like what this brat said? Let me say this first. If this is really the case, don't blame your father for crying in front of you. Qin Luo looked at Luo Wuqing pitifully. Ning Tian finally understood that the Luo clan was a family of conmen. Shenyang God was a granddaughter conman, Qin Luo was a daughter conman, and Luo Wuqing was a husband conman. This was ridiculous. Father, Luo Wuqing took a deep breath. Her cold face was full of seriousness. She looked at Ning Tian with some emotions in her eyes and said very seriously, Father, Ning Tian is my husband. Her words were not only affirming that Ning Tian was her husband, but also, her husband could only be Ning Tian. Seeing the stubborn look in his daughter's eyes, Qin Luo opened his mouth. He naturally knew his daughter's temper. After all, she had a little temper. Just let her be. Sigh, Qin Luo sighed and pursed his lips. I didn't say that I want to break up the two of you. Why are you so serious? Besides, even if I don't agree, Ning Tian will definitely summon his precious disciple, Ling Ling. The master and disciple will definitely beat me up. I can't beat them. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing couldn't help but laugh. The ice-cold Empress finally revealed a light smile in front of her loved ones. It was like a beautiful flower blooming in ice. Looking at Ning Tian hugging his baby daughter, Qin Luo's heart became complicated at this moment. Originally, he thought that Ning Tian was quite handsome, but now in his eyes, Ning Tian was a pig, at most a handsome pig. The most ridiculous thing was, I treated him like a brother, but this dog actually dared to steal my daughter. Qin Luo felt a lump in his throat. Men, cry. Crying is not a sin. At this moment, a quiet voice sounded from Ning Tian's mouth. Qin Luo, the two girls, smelly brat, I'm going to fight it out with you. You heartless brat. Qin Luo was already in a state of madness. To think that I, your father, have missed you for 1,000,000 years. As soon as we met, you took my precious daughter. Damn you. Father. I'm indeed heartless, but I'm very fragrant. Why don't you ask my wife? Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. Smelly brat, you forced me to do this. Qin Luo rolled up his sleeves. Oh, I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Ning Tian let go of his wife. Not to be outdone, he would fight it out with him. Bang. Their foreheads were tightly pressed together. Their faces were very ferocious as they glared at each other. My son. Father. Son. Father. Son. Father. Son. Their foreheads were pressed together as they spat saliva at each other. One called him father, while the other called him son. However, Qin Luo should have had a huge advantage by calling him son, but as time passed, he became more and more aggrieved. On the other hand, Ning Tian called him father more and more smoothly. Anyway, to Ning Tian, he had taken advantage of Qin Luo. It didn't matter if Qin Luo called him father a few times. Anyway, in terms of seniority, Qin Luo was indeed his father-in-law. However, to Qin Luo, no matter how he called him, he would lose blood. Smelly brat, damn it, you're really shameless. Qin Luo gritted his teeth, then wiped the saliva off his face and glared at Ning Tian. Ning brat, come here, I have something to say to you. That look was very fierce, as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between them. Seeing Ning Tian being pulled aside by Qin Luo, the two women couldn't help but frown. They were a little worried. Su Yuyaro tugged at Luo Wuqing beside her and whispered, Wuqing, your father looks so fierce. He won't attack our husband, right? I don't think so. Luo Wuqing frowned. Although she said so, she was still a little worried. She quickly pulled Su Yuyaro over. These two men were very important to her. She didn't want them to fight. However, when the two women approached, they heard this conversation. Smelly brat, you've taken advantage of me. You can marry my precious daughter, but you have to pay more. Qin Luo stared fiercely at Ning Tian and seriously sold his daughter out. Good guy. A big scene of cheating his daughter. At the side, Luo Wuqing's pretty face turned cold. The Empress was speechless. Oh. Ning Tian raised his eyebrows, then pulled the two women into his arms and looked at Qin Luo with a smile. Dad, I remember you said that if I have 2 wives, you'll write your name backwards, right? Dad, you can't be so dishonest, right? You. Qin Luo's old face darkened. He was about to act shamelessly, but he heard Ning Tian snort again. What kind of man are you? Hiss, smelly brat, you win. You tricked me, you tramp. Qin Luo wanted to cry but had no tears. Speak. What do you want? Well, Dad, don't take my betrothal gift money. Ning Tian said with a smile. Damn it. You want to get a free meal. Qin Luo scolded angrily. Not only did he lose his daughter, but he also didn't get a single cent. A huge loss. A huge loss. At the side, Ning Tian, who saved a lot of money, was grinning from ear to ear. Instead of giving it to Qin Luo, he might as well use the money to buy a few super artifact clothes for his 2 wives. Oh, right. Where's mother-in-law? Ning Tian thought of something at this time and looked at Qin Luo. Luo Wuqing's mother should be the rich woman that Qin Luo was talking about back then. At the side, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with nervousness and anticipation when she heard this. She quickly looked over. This, Qin Luo's expression was complicated. After a moment of silence, he looked at the entrance of the land of God's demise behind him and sighed. He looked at the 3 of them and said, Come with me. Once you enter, you'll know. Okay. Hearing this, Ning Tian and the other 2 nodded heavily and followed Qin Luo to the land of God's demise tribulation. 5 o'clock. Chapter 682. In the center of the land of the fallen gods, there was a black beam of light that reached the sky. It emitted an energy that kept people away. Qin Luo led Ning Tian and the other 2 toward the black beam of light. Once you step into the beam of light, you will arrive at the sealed space in the land of the fallen gods. Qin Luo looked at the black beam of light and said with a serious expression. Okay, let's go in. Ning Tian nodded slightly. He held the 2 women's hands and stepped into the beam of light. Qin Luo followed behind. Soon, the 4 figures slowly disappeared after stepping into the black beam of light. After a burst of black light, Ning Tian and the others arrived at another space. This was the land of the fallen gods. It was pitch black all around. However, they could see a few balls of flames floating by. This is the sacred sun flames. Looking at the familiar balls of flames, Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. A trace of doubt flashed through her beautiful eyes. These red flames were the Fire Region's Luo clan's fire condensation technique. Father, I remember that you didn't cultivate the sacred sun flames. Could it be that these are all mothers? Luo Wuqing looked at Qin Luo in front of her. Hearing those words, Qin Luo's body froze. He looked over with a bitter smile. You are indeed my daughter. Your observation skills are indeed astonishing. You have taken after me in this aspect. These sacred sun flames were indeed created by your mother. These sacred sun flames are extremely important in this seal. As he spoke, he looked at the surroundings. Then, under the puzzled gazes of Ning Tian and the other 2, a huge aura condensed in his palm. Then, he threw out a palm strike. Boom. In an instant, the originally pitch-black surroundings suddenly brightened up. It was also at this moment that Ning Tian clearly saw thousands of balls of red flames burning around them. He could vaguely see balls of black gas circulating in the sacred sun flames. It was because these balls of sacred sun flames were wrapped around them that they did not spread out. This energy is, Ning Tian couldn't be more familiar with this cloud of black gas. The black gas that the unknown tree absorbed in the land of endless frost, as well as the black gas that it absorbed from the white-haired sword saint and demon god Blackflame, was this. Brat Ning, looks like you've discovered it. Qin Luo glanced at Ning Tian and then looked at the black gas in the sacred sun flames with a serious gaze. He slowly opened his mouth and said, This aura is the aura left behind by the chaos of darkness. It is called the aura of chaos. The 4 great sealed grounds will give birth to such auras. They seep out from the seal, and if not dealt with in time, it will affect the seal. And the ancient god Yun too obtained this chaotic aura through the raging waves deep sea and studied it. Breath of chaos. Hearing this, Ning Tian and the 2 women frowned. A trace of seriousness flashed across their eyes. Although they did not know how terrifying the chaotic aura was, but anything that was related to the chaotic darkness was ultimately not simple. Ning brat. I think you must have a lot of questions, right? For example, the heavenly pressure in the fallen god's land. Qin Luo's gaze fell on Ning Tian as he asked faintly. Hearing this, Ning Tian was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Previously, there was indeed a powerful heavenly pressure in the fallen god's land. But why is that heavenly pressure gone now? Also, as ancient gods, why can you pass through the heavenly barrier? Indeed, when Wu Qing and I came here, the heavenly pressure in the fallen god's land did disappear, but I think it should be related to the chaotic aura that Uncle Qin mentioned. At the side, Su Yueyao's fox ears swayed as she asked tentatively. Haha. As expected of the possessor of the 9-tailed fox bloodline. Your ability has far surpassed the 9-tailed fox. Qin Luo laughed loudly. Then, he nodded with a serious face. Just like what your mistress said, the heavenly suppression of the land of the fallen gods has been wiped out by the group of people from the ancient god Yun too with the chaotic breath. What? The heavenly pressure was erased by the chaotic aura? Hearing this, Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing, and Su Yuyaro were stunned for a moment before their expressions changed slightly. Even the heavenly pressure could be erased by the chaotic aura? This chaos aura, was it really that terrifying? And they also have this chaotic aura. That's why they can hide from the heavenly Tao and pass through the heavenly barrier. Qin Luo's voice slowly rang in their ears again. You have to know. The true power of the dark turmoil is comparable to the heavenly Tao, and the true purpose of the ancient god Yun too is to obtain the true power of the dark turmoil, overthrow the old heavenly Tao, and become the king of Tianxian continent. Qin Luo's words rang in this space and fell heavily into everyone's hearts. The true power of the dark turmoil is comparable to the heavenly Tao, and the true purpose of the ancient god Yun too is to seize this power, overthrow the old heavenly Tao, and become the new king. These guys, I didn't expect them to have such ambitions. Luo Wuqing gritted her teeth and muttered. At the side, Ning Tian was silent. Regarding the ambition of the ancient god Yun too, even if he knew, he wasn't surprised. But if he really wanted to fight, he could just crush them. At this moment, he was thinking about something more worthy of contemplation. The true power of the dark turmoil is comparable to the heavenly Tao, and the chaotic aura absorbed by the unknown tree is the product of the seal of the dark turmoil. Then what do these two represent? What kind of changes will happen to the unknown tree after absorbing the chaotic aura? And why does Qin Luo know so much? Could it be the knowledge of these millions of years of experience? Then why didn't the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace know? And, when Qin Luo knew that he was his son-in-law, although he was shocked, why didn't the system prompt him? At this moment, Ning Tian seemed to have become 100,000 wise, and there were many doubts in his heart. Little Ning, what's wrong with you? Are you scared? Seeing that Ning Tian was silent, Qin Luo couldn't help but pat his shoulder and tease him. Ning Tian shook his head. He wasn't scared. His eyes fell on Qin Luo, and there was a flash of curiosity in his eyes. It seems, in these millions of years, his father-in-law has become mysterious. Little Ning, why are you staring at me? You already have my daughter, it's impossible for you and me to be together. Seeing Ning Tian's gaze, Qin Luo instantly crossed his arms and looked cautious, causing his daughter to look at him with disdain. So, where's my wife's mother? Ning Tian was troubled by doubts at this moment, which made him serious. At this moment, he just wanted to solve this mystery. She's above our heads. Hearing this, Qin Luo instantly became serious. He raised his head and pointed to the top of everyone's heads. Old rules. Chapter 683. Above us. Ning Tianhe and the 2 girls were stunned. Then, they slowly raised their heads. They saw The originally pitch-black sky was instantly lit up by flames. A gigantic array of raging flames appeared in the sky. The array was huge, at least several thousand meters in length. The array was precise and the flames swept across. As the array rotated clockwise, the terrifying sealing power began to leak out. "Hubby, look over there." Su Yueao's beautiful eyes looked towards the center of the raging flames array and couldn't help but exclaim. Ning Tian raised his brows and looked at where Su Yueyao was pointing. The moment he looked over, his pupils shrank. He saw a noblewoman in a red dress sitting cross-legged in the center of the 1,000-meter-wide array formation. She was covered in red flames and beads of sweat were dripping down her forehead. The lady in the red dress was graceful, and her appearance was somewhat similar to Luo Wuqing's. "Wife, she should be our mother-in-law, right?" Looking at the lady in the red dress in the center of the array, Ning Tian frowned and looked at Luo Wuqing with a trace of doubt. She is my mother, Luo Wei." Luo Wuqing's gaze fell on the lady in the red dress sitting in the center of the array. Her red lips parted slightly and she nodded and said slowly, "This seal, although I am the guardian, I need wire to help me suppress the chaotic aura. That is why you are seeing this scene." At the side, Qin Luo sighed. His tone was somewhat helpless. Uncle Qin, can't you suppress it? In terms of strength, you should be stronger than Wuqing's mother, right?" Hearing this, Su Yueyao couldn't help but ask curiously. "Of course I am stronger than Wire, but I can't suppress the chaotic aura." Qin Luo shook his head helplessly. It was because he couldn't suppress it that he needed Luo Wei's help. "You can't suppress the chaotic aura?" Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Luo. "Cough, kid, don't ask too much." Qin Luo coughed and changed the topic. His gaze gradually turned serious. He looked at Ning Tian and asked in a deep voice, "Kid, the Buddha Demon Pagoda is with you, right?" How did you know?" Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and then frowned slightly. "Sure enough, when we were in the land of the fallen gods, you secretly attacked the 2 demon experts. I just took a breather." Qin Luo didn't deny it and then released another important piece of news. "More importantly, it was me and Wei who shot the Buddha Demon Tower down to the land of the fallen gods from the hands of the fiend celestial Scarlet Flame." So, it was you?" Hearing this, Ning Tian and Su Yueyao suddenly understood. At that time, they were still wondering why the fiend celestial Scarlet Flame, a godly realm expert, had even lost the Buddha's Devil Pagoda. So it was because Qin Luo and Luo Wei had acted in secret. After the fiend celestial Scarlet Flame's Devil Pagoda was taken away by the 2 of them, he had unfortunately encountered Ning Tian and Su Yueyao. Then, Ning Tian knew the exact location of the Buddha Demon Pagoda and came to the land of the fallen gods to obtain it. In that case, the fiend celestial Red Flame was too pitiful. First, he was frightened by a true expert. Then, he was frightened by the movie king Ning Tian. It was too pitiful. "You deliberately sent the Buddha Demon Pagoda into the heavenly spirit region so that I could obtain it." Ning Tian frowned and looked at Qin Luo. "It was on purpose. But it wasn't my intention." Qin Luo spread his hands and said helplessly, "I was ordered by someone. Anyway, you have the Buddha Demon Pagoda. That's enough." Ordered by someone. By who? Could it be the master of the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace? Ning Tian frowned. "Not really." Qin Luo curled his lips and said disdainfully, "That old man is just like me. He's just a tool. How could he order me around?" Then who is it?" Hearing this, Ning Tian was even more curious. Qin Luo and the master of the heavenly palace were ordered by someone. But who was this person? "Ning boy, I can't tell you." Qin Luo shook his head. "Wife, go. Burn your father's beard." Seeing this, Ning Tian waved his hand and Luo Wuqing, who was beside him, really opened his palm. A ball of heavenly fire appeared in his fair palm. "Damn. You're helping an outsider." Seeing this, Qin Luo's old face darkened. He protected the beard that he was so proud of and then sighed. "You don't have to force me. I won't tell you even if you force me. Ning Tian, you'll know about this in the future." Hearing this, Ning Tian fell silent. At this moment, Qin Luo was like a spirit. It was as if he was hiding something from him. What had happened in the millions of years that he had been gone? Ning boy, let me see the pagoda demon tower. Seeing that the two of them were not forcing him, Qin Luo was relieved. He put down his hand and looked at Ning Tian. Okay. Ning Tian nodded slightly. Since Qin Luo knew about the existence of the Buddha's demon pagoda, there was no need to hide it from him. Then, with a flip of his hand, a ball of black qi appeared in his hand. The black qi slowly dissipated, revealing a small, pitch-black pagoda. How did the demonic qi become so heavy? It seems, the pagoda demon tower has changed a lot in your hands. Qin Luo's gaze fell on the pagoda demon tower. He raised his eyebrows and asked again, how many floors have you opened? The second floor. Ning Tian spread his hands and said helplessly. The pagoda demon tower had a total of 12 floors. However, only 2 floors had been opened. It was indeed a little slow. But it was not that he wanted to slow down. It was just that the demonic qi could not open more floors of the pagoda demon tower. The second floor. This speed is not too fast or too slow. Keep the pagoda demon tower. This thing is not simple. Qin Luo nodded and said. Okay, let's take it slow. Ning Tian waved his hand and put away the Buddha Devil Pagoda again. From what eldest senior sister had said, the Buddha Devil Pagoda should be the first pagoda to resist the power of darkness. Moreover, it should have a certain relationship with the number of floors of the pagoda that could be opened. Everyone fell silent. Father, could it be that this seal will always be guarded by Mother? At this moment, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes fell on the raging flame array. Her red lips moved slightly and said, it can't be helped. If Wei leaves, without the existence of these flames, the dark turbulence will interfere with the seal. If there is a mistake with the seal, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Luo sighed and said helplessly. No one wanted their wife to work so hard. However, he had no choice. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing frowned. Perhaps, I have an idea. Ning Tian could not bear to see his wife troubled. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he said with a light smile. There are still 4 chapters. I'm still writing. Don't wait. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Take a rest and start writing again at 1 in the morning. At 5 in the morning, the 4 chapters will be published together. Chapter 684. Husband, do you have a way? Hearing this, Luo Wuqing looked over with a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Of course. Ning Tian chuckled, then looked at Luo Wei in the center of the formation and said slowly, the reason why mother-in-law has to be in the center of the formation is to suppress the chaotic aura of the land of God perdition. So, it's easy for mother-in-law to leave. Just let something replace mother-in-law to suppress the chaotic aura. Hearing this, the 2 women looked at Ning Tian with anticipation. After Qin Luo heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes and he remained silent. Honey, step back. Ning Tian said to the 2 women. Then, without caring that Qin Luo was still beside him, he silently urged the unknown tree's devouring power to devour the chaotic aura around him first. Anyway, his father-in-law was an ancient god sovereign. Even if the chaotic aura went berserk, he wouldn't die. When the unknown tree in the small world of his Dantian received Ning Tian's order, it directly erupted with a terrifying devouring power. At the same time, the chaotic aura enveloped by the holy sun flames in the entire space began to break free from the flames and rushed toward Ning Tian. When the chaotic aura dissipated, the holy sun flames also turned into energy and returned to Luo Wei's body in the center of the formation. Her tightly knitted brows couldn't help but frown as if she sensed something. Husband. Seeing so many chaotic auras rushing toward Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro couldn't help but look at him worriedly. After hearing Qin Luo say that these chaotic auras were terrifying and now that they were rushing toward Ning Tian, the 2 women couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, these chaotic auras are useless to me. Ning Tian shook his head, indicating that the 2 women didn't need to worry, and waved his hand again. Boom. In an instant, The devouring power of the unknown tree in the small world of his dantian erupted even more terrifying. In an instant, Ning Tian's body was covered with pitch-black chaotic aura. After the chaotic aura lingered on his body for a while, it rushed into his dantian. He absorbed the breath of chaos. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed when he witnessed this scene, and a wisp of shock flashed through his eyes. This had shocked his father-in-law for an entire year. Looks like, it really is him, it can only be him. Qin Luo sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but shake his head. His gaze fell on Ning Tian and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How many more secrets does this kid have? You shocked your father-in-law. Reward, tree projection. You can project the shadow of the unknown tree and station it in one place. The shadow can also absorb energy and return the absorbed energy to the main body of the unknown tree. When the unknown tree absorbed the breath of chaos, the system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind again. This time, he had finally managed to shock his father-in-law for once. Phew, when the surrounding chaotic aura was absorbed by the unknown tree in his body, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. His divine sense fell into the small world in his dantian. At this moment, the unknown tree that was only a dozen meters tall had grown to more than 20 meters tall. Next, is to use the tree projection. Ning Tian muttered. Before he shocked Qin Luo, his original plan was to break off a small branch from the unknown tree and insert it into the formation. This would definitely suppress the chaotic aura here, but he couldn't say for sure what kind of effect it would have. By doing this, although it was effective, there was a certain amount of risk. But now that he had the tree projection, the risk was avoided and there was an effect. Now, we just have to get our mother down. Ning Tian looked at Luo Wei, who was in the center of the formation, and said slowly, I'll do it. Qin Luo said in a deep voice. Then, he moved and stepped onto the formation. Looking at the sweaty and weak Luo Wei, he couldn't help but sigh with heartache. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Ning Tian. Little Ning, the moment I take Luo Wei away from the formation, you must ensure that your method works. You only have 3 seconds. Are you sure you can do it? Qin Luo wanted to ensure the stability of the sealed land. There couldn't be any mistakes. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Ning Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. Okay. Seeing this, Qin Luo didn't say anything else. He reached out and hugged Luo Wei in his arms. Then, he retreated quickly. Boom. Boom boom. When Luo Wei left the center of the formation, the entire formation instantly shook, and an enormous black qi spread out. On the other hand, the strange black qi within the seal started to flow violently. That was a void beast. Little Ning. Now. At this moment, Qin Luo's shout rang out. Yes. Ning Tian nodded. The spirit energy in his hand surged, and he suddenly raised his hand. He aimed at the center of the array and used the tree projection. At that moment, his large hand also suddenly fell. Boom. In an instant, the shadow of a towering tree rose from the ground in the center of the formation and replaced Luo Wei's original position. At the same time, the chaotic aura that leaked out from the seal also continuously flowed towards the Tree of Shadows. The originally violent formation quieted down at this moment. Phew, it's finally a success. Ning Tian heaved a long sigh of relief. He could feel that the chaotic aura that was absorbed by the shadow tree had already flowed into the unknown tree. In this way, the unknown tree could steadily absorb the chaotic aura energy in the land of divine fall tribulation. Fortunately, Qin Luo also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he hurriedly looked at Luo Wei in his arms. However, before he could take a good look at his wife, he saw her being snatched away by his precious daughter. She took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat on his wife's forehead. Seeing this scene, the corner of Qin Luo's mouth could not help but twitch. Little Ning snatched his daughter, and his daughter snatched his wife. Wuching, here are some healing elixirs from Ling, feed them to auntie. On the side, Su Yuyaro took out a small jade bottle from her arms and handed it to Luo Wuching. Okay. Luo Wuching nodded. Luo Wei was now in an extremely weak state and urgently needed elixirs to recover her energy. Seeing this, Qin Luo did not say anything. It seemed that he could only wait for these little fellows to leave before he could communicate with his wife. He shook his head, then looked at the shadow tree and asked, "Little Ning, what is this?" "Just a little trick." Ning Tian casually waved his hand. At this moment, he discovered a trace of surprise. When the unknown tree in the small world in his dantian absorbed the chaotic aura around it, it seemed to want to replenish a huge amount of energy for him. This energy, it might help him break through in one go. Chapter 685. Why don't I use this opportunity to break through to the ancient god realm in one go? Ning Tian murmured. A bold idea popped up in his mind. Since he was almost at the peak of the heavenly god realm, he might as well try to break through while the unknown tree could convert the chaotic aura into energy to replenish him. With this idea in mind, Ning Tian told the two women about it. Husband, are you going to cultivate in seclusion here? Luo Wuqing frowned and asked. This place is related to the chaotic aura seal. Husband, isn't it a little unsafe for you to cultivate in seclusion here? Su Yuyao asked worriedly. Haha. Don't worry. The chaotic aura here can't do anything to your husband. Seeing his two wives so worried about him, Ning Tian couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't wait to hug the two women in his arms and give them a big kiss. With such women, what more could a husband ask for? However, no. Of course we know that the chaotic aura can't do anything to you, husband. We're just worried that the commotion caused by your breakthrough might destroy the seal here. Su Yuyao and Luo Wuqing shook their heads at the same time and said seriously. After returning to the 9 regions, they couldn't help but mention the story of Ning Tian's house being destroyed after his breakthrough. Moreover, the two women were deeply moved. Ning Tian, so love disappeared so quickly. I was too careless. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Ning Tian waved his hand slightly. Seeing the two women hesitating to speak, he couldn't help but chuckle and rub their heads. All right. Take our mother back to the Tianmo cult first. Our father and I are here. Nothing will happen. Hearing this, the two women nodded hesitantly. All right. Go back to the Tianmo cult obediently and wait for me to come back. Okay, then, come back soon. After saying this to Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing carried Luo Wei in her arms and left the land of divine fall with Su Yuyao. Sigh, you can't take back the water that has been spilled. Qin Luo sighed. Then, he glanced at Ning Tian and said indifferently, Little Ning, you sent them away. It shouldn't be as simple as cultivation, right? Of course. Ning Tian smiled and nodded. Then, he wrapped his arms around his father-in-law's neck and looked at him with a smile. Brat, what are you trying to do? Qin Luo gulped. Naturally, I have something to ask you, father-in-law. After all, there are some things that you won't tell me if my wife is here, Ning Tian said slowly with a smile. Is this called a secret between men? Don't, it's disgusting. Qin Luo had a look of disgust on his face. Then, he pushed Ning Tian aside and said, Speak. What do you want to ask me? A lot. For example, why did you marry into the Luo clan? With your strength, even the strongest person in the fire domain, ancestor Fen Tian, shouldn't be stronger than you. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and asked calmly. Could it be? Is the fire domain's bowl of soft rice that good? Ahem. Qin Luo coughed dryly and said, Of course it's good. Otherwise, why do you think I married into the fire domain? I thought. Haha. I thought that you didn't want my wife to take your surname, or, the Qin clan, or the Heavenly Demon clan, has some secret, right? Ning Tian deduced with a calm expression. From the information in the Demon God Stonebook of the Heavenly Demon cult, he knew that Qin Luo belonged to the Heavenly Demon clan. In other words, the entire Qin village was a member of the Heavenly Demon clan. It was likely that the thing that had to be sealed with the Black Strange Seal had a lot to do with the Heavenly Demon clan. As expected of you. Qin Luo sighed after a moment of silence. Indeed. One of the main reasons I married into the Luo family was to prevent Wuqing from taking the surname Qin. Although she has the Heavenly Demon bloodline, the surname is the key to unlocking it. That's the main reason. The Heavenly Demon bloodline contains the secret of the dark turmoil. The secret of the dark turmoil? Ning Qian frowned and a glint flashed in his eyes. He asked again, what secret? Don't I have to ask you? How would I know? Qin Luo said unhappily. Ask me. Hearing this, Ning Qian was even more confused. It's nothing. In short, the heavenly demon clan is very important to you, which is now the Tianmo cult of the god domain. Grasp it well, Ning boy. Qin Luo shook his head and patted his shoulder earnestly. The future is long. I hope that the right path is the one under your feet. After saying this, no matter what Ning Qian asked, Qin Luo didn't want to say much. He just casually recounted what happened in the past million years. When Ning Qian suddenly disappeared, he, Ling, and Qin village expanded the Tianmo cult. But just as the Tianmo cult was about to rise to fame, they suddenly made a decision to freeze the entire Tianjin cult. After freezing the Tianjin cult, Ling chose to stay in the southern frost astral sea, and he went to the blaze domain. Until time passed. Later, when he came to the seal of the 9 domains guardians, he sighed inwardly. He met the heavenly demon, the first leader of the Tianjin cult of the 9 domains. When he saw that the heavenly demon was also a heavenly demon, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He gave the heavenly demon some advice, but he didn't expect the heavenly demon to establish a cult of his own. That was how the 9 domains Tianjin cult came to be. It could be said to be a coincidence, or it could also be said to be fate. But at that time, Qin Luo hadn't really taken over the seal. It wasn't until he became the 7th leader of the Tianjin cult and gave birth to Luo Wuqing with Luo Wei that he took over the seal of the land of divine fall. Then, who was the one who guarded this place before? Ning Qian asked with a frown. It's nothing, just a primordial ancient god. He died a long time ago. Qin Luo waved his hand nonchalantly. A primordial ancient god, Ning Qian murmured. Then, he chuckled and looked at Qin Luo. Dad, I'm almost done with my questions. Next, I'll have to trouble you to protect me. He, as expected of me, having my father-in-law protect me. Got it. Brat, you only know how to order people around. Qin Luo rolled his eyes at Ning Qian. Phew, then, let's see if I can become a supreme ancient god. Ning Qian heaved a long sigh of relief. A glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to let the unknown tree in the small world in his dantian absorb the chaotic aura of the seal, providing it with a huge amount of energy. Soon, Ning Qian's body was enveloped in a cloud of black gas. His aura began to rise continuously. At the side, Qin Luo crossed his legs and sat down in the void. His eyes fell on Ning Qian. He murmured inwardly, the past, the present, and the future. Are these your space-time? 2 more chapters. I'm still writing. Chapter 686. At this moment, in the land of Godfall Calamity, the huge raging flame formation was operating slowly, emitting endless suppressive power. In the center of the formation, there was an illusory tree swaying and growing. Behind the seal, there were countless pairs of eyes outside the seal. There was a figure sitting cross-legged. Ning Qian had been in seclusion for a month. Although his aura was very strong, there was still no sign of him coming out of seclusion. This brat, why is he in seclusion for so long? Could it be, he really wants to break through to the ancient god realm in one go? At the side, Qin Luo frowned and looked at Ning Qian. At this moment, Ning Qian's aura was strong enough for him to break through a small level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could break through to the ancient god realm. However, he did not move at all. There was only one possibility. This brat wanted to break through to the ancient god realm in one go. He even wanted to pass the ancient god tribulation in one go. One should know that although ancient gods were divided into stars, their stars were raised through the ancient god tribulation. The thing that Ning Qian was least afraid of was the heavenly tribulation. What a terrifying brat, but after thinking about it, it's normal. Qin Luo sighed. However, halfway through his sentence, he frowned and looked at the huge raging flame seal. There were countless pairs of strange eyes staring at them from the seal. There was fear, anger, sadness, despair, and all kinds of emotions in their eyes. Why are these void beasts so restless after this brat went into seclusion? During this 1 month, as Ning Tian went into seclusion, the void beasts outside the seal became restless. Could it be, all of this was related to this brat? Qin Luo frowned and looked outside the seal. You guys, behave yourselves. Sooner or later, I will chase you guys out of the mysterious sky world. Woo woo, roar roar. After Qin Luo said that, the void beasts inside the seal became even more restless. While Ning Tian was in seclusion, the ancient god realm, Eastern Prison Starfield and Eastern God Realm were not peaceful. What? Even the white-haired sword saint and the black flame demon god were killed. Is the curse god that strong? A few dozen figures floated up into appearance within a grand hall in the ancient god domain. Many of them possessed extraordinary statuses in the entire ancient god domain, and most of them were renowned experts in the ancient god domain in the last million years. For example, the overlord of the demon divine region 1,000,000 years ago, the heavenly demon supreme god, the former king of the demon region, the nightmare demon god, and so on. However, everyone in the divine region thought that they were dead. However, that was not the case. They had all joined the ancient god Cloud Atlas. In other words, there were at least several dozen ancient god realm experts here. Many of them were even ancient god sovereigns. And this was the true foundation of the ancient god Cloud Atlas. It's not just cursing the gods. In the main hall, suddenly, the dozens of ancient gods present all looked over. Not just cursing God. They were all puzzled. There's also the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master, who recently rose to fame. The ancient heavenly god said calmly, Heavenly Palace's ancestral master? The 10th person of the heavenly god body? Without the chaotic aura, how did he cross the barrier of the heavenly Tao and reach the 9 regions? The former overlord of the demon divine region, the heavenly demon supreme god, could not help but frown and ask. Naturally, he has his own methods. The ancient heavenly god did not say much, and his expression was very calm. However, it doesn't matter. If he's dead, then he's dead. It's a pity that the white-haired sword saint is the only exception. That black flame demon god was only promoted by the chaotic aura. We can still create ancient god sovereigns like him. That's true. Hearing the ancient heavenly god's words, the surrounding people nodded. The chaotic aura could not only avoid the heavenly Tao, but it could also increase one's strength. However, forcibly increasing one's strength would not be able to withstand a true breakthrough. Take some time out and make a trip to the 9 regions. Lord Ancient Heavenly God, you mean to go to the 9 regions and avenge the white-haired sword saint and the others? Hearing this, the nightmare demon god frowned and asked. No, what I mean is that you all go to the firmament territory and guard the raging sea. I don't need too many people, just a few of you will be enough. At the same time, you can collect more chaotic aura, the ancient heavenly god said calmly. Hearing this, the surrounding ancient gods fell silent. What's wrong? You're not willing? The ancient heavenly god's tone turned cold. No, since Lord Ancient Heavenly God has spoken, we are naturally willing. However, Lord Ancient Heavenly God, your true body, and that Lord, when will you come out of the sealed land? The Sky Monster Supreme God, Nightmare Demon God, and the others asked carefully. Although the ancient heavenly god was a heavenly god, this was only one of his clones. His true strength was naturally at the ancient god realm. Otherwise, why would this group of people obey his orders? However, the ancient heavenly god Yun Tu and the others were clearly concerned about the big shot behind the ancient heavenly god, the creator of the ancient heavenly god Yun Tu. He was also the one who had modified the chaotic aura for them to use. Don't worry. You will know very soon. The ancient heavenly god waved his hand. Send a few people over. That's all. Disperse. Yes, hearing these words, in the main hall, dozens of powerful auras quickly dissipated after bowing to the ancient heavenly god. Lord, after everyone had left, the ancient heavenly god looked up at the main hall and bowed slightly to the air. His expression was extremely solemn. Boom. The strange thing was, after he bowed, a black-robed figure slowly appeared in the main hall. His voice was incomparably cold. His face was hidden under a black mask, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. It's starting to move in the direction of my speculation. However, after millions of failures, what is correct? What is failure? Another month later, it had been 2 months since Ning Tian went into seclusion. The 9 regions. Heavenly Spirit Region. The land of divine fall tribulation. Oh my God, that stinky brat, is he really going to blow up my sealed land? If it does, he can't blame me. Qin Luo looked at the powerful black aura that enveloped Ning Tian's body and could not help but swallow his saliva. He was somewhat worried. At this moment, Ning Tian's aura had already become extremely terrifying. Phew, it's about time for a breakthrough, he muttered in his heart. Then, his aura began to surge. At the same time, the void beasts within the raging flame seal became restless again. Boom. These void beasts seemed to have been stimulated. They kept ramming against the seal. From the looks of it, they were trying to break the seal. What's going on? Seeing this, Qin Luo instantly frowned and pulled out his divine flame saber. This was the first time he had seen such a situation of void beasts going berserk. One more update. Chapter 687. Boom. At this moment, the void beasts within the seal seemed to have gone mad as they kept charging towards the seal. Boom. Boom. The entire seal shook under the impact. Qin Luo pulled out his flaming saber. The aura of an ancient god sovereign was unleashed at this moment, and a huge amount of spiritual energy circulated around his body. As long as these void beasts showed signs of breaking through, he would attack. But the problem was, he could suppress the void beasts, but he could not repair the seal. Oh my God, I only hope nothing happens to the seal. I don't want to be the scapegoat. Qin Luo cursed as he prayed in his heart. At this moment, Ning Tian sat cross-legged at the side. The aura in his body surged as he prepared to break through. Host is breaking through. Host is breaking through to the 9 stars heavenly god realm. Host is breaking through to the ancient god realm. Host is undergoing the ancient god tribulation. The system's voice kept ringing in his mind. Ning Tian's aura was like a hot knife through butter as it continued to rise. Then, dark clouds covered the sky above the land of divine fall tribulation. Lightning flashed, containing a terrifying aura. This brat chose to undergo the tribulation here? Feeling the changes, Qin Luo's eyes flashed. Looking at the void beasts that were rampaging in the seal, he could not help but worry. Ning Tian was breaking through now. What if the seal was destroyed? But there was nothing he could do to stop it. Damn it, this brat, he just has to increase the difficulty for me. Qin Luo cursed as he clenched his flaming saber. He was already prepared. As long as Ning Tian's ancient god tribulation fell from the sky, he would rush out and slash it. This way, he would not have to worry about Ning Tian failing the tribulation or the seal being destroyed. Hee. I'm so smart. Qin Luo grinned. Then, a wisp of spiritual energy flashed in his eyes. He looked up and his expression changed instantly. Damn! This is the ancient god tribulation? Why is it so different from what I imagined? In the sky, the lightning tribulation was huge. It was dozens of times bigger than the ordinary ancient god tribulation. Each one was like a dragon. They were thick, huge, and ferocious. Hiss. But even so, with my strength, it's not a problem for me to deal with them. Qin Luo sucked in a breath of cold air, but he quickly raised the divine flame saber in his hand, ready to split the lightning tribulation in half. However, right at this moment, above these massive supreme ancient divine lightning bolts, there were streaks of black gas. This is... Qin Luo's pupils shrank. F***CK. This brat's ancient god thunder tribulation has the aura of chaos? While Qin Luo was still in a daze, the ancient god's lightning tribulation also came crashing down. Qin Luo raised his divine flame saber and charged forward, wanting to split apart the lightning tribulation. But something strange happened again. The tribulation had bypassed him. It slashed downwards. This lightning tribulation has a way to dodge it. Qin Luo was dumbfounded, and in the next moment, he was even more dumbfounded. He saw, The ancient god's lightning tribulation was not aimed at Ning Tian, nor was it aimed at the seal. Instead, it penetrated the seal and went straight for the void beast that was constantly rampaging within the seal. Qin Luo. At this moment, inside the Tianmo cult, many people saw the pitch-black sky not far away. This chapter is too short. I can't write anymore. There are still 3 more updates tonight. Chapter 688. Not far away. It was the land of the fallen god tribulation. Dark clouds covered the sky, and one could faintly see bolts of tribulation lightning surging. Even from thousands of miles away, the people of the heavenly demon cult could feel how terrifying it was. Hiss, what's going on? Which Daoist is undergoing tribulation there? Outside the demonic palace, the Grand Elder silently put away the imperial maiden portrait in his hand and looked up at the sky with a frown. Is there a need to think? It's definitely the ancestral master. Who else could it be? There's a rumor in the Tianmo cult that whenever there's a heavenly anomaly, we should think of the ancestral master first, Zhu Yuanbo said quietly as he chewed on his horsewhip. Ancestral master. Beside them, the sky demon cultists appeared rather excited at those words. It's been 2 months since the ancestral master appeared in front of them and saved them from the abyss of suffering. They didn't even have time to say a word to the ancestral master. However, according to the Empress and the sacred leader, the ancestral master was only in seclusion. They believed that when he came out, he would return to the Tianmo cult. The land of divine calamity. This is the ancient divine lightning. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. The Tianmo cult members turned around. They saw a noble lady in a red dress walking over. Her body emitted a powerful aura, and there was a trace of gentleness between her brows. Beside her were 2 beautiful women. The Empress and her mother are walking together. Those who don't know might think they're a pair of sisters. Seeing this scene, the Tianmo cult members couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Luo Wuqing looked at the sky with a pair of blue eyes. Her expression was very calm as she said slowly, "Mother, don't worry. Husband should have come out of seclusion. He'll be confident." Oh! Hearing this, Luo Wei couldn't help but smile. She turned her head and looked at the 2 women with a gentle expression. The more I listen to you, the more I want to know what kind of young man can steal your hearts. Mother, Luo Wuqing's cold face couldn't help but blush. Ha ha. Auntie, you will see her soon. Su Yuyaro chuckled and looked at the sky not far away. Is that so? Luo Wei smiled as she looked at the 2 women beside her. She was curious about the son-in-law she had yet to meet. When I see my son-in-law, I'll take you to cultivate and help you break through to the ancient god realm. Yes. In the land of divine calamity, countless bolts of lightning fell. The void beasts within the raging flame seal array looked at the bolts of lightning with fear. Most of the bolts of lightning that cultivators faced were condensed from the power of the heavenly Tao. Even if the true power of the dark turmoil was able to go against the heavenly axiom, it was obvious that this was only a product of the dark turmoil. Furthermore, Ning Tian's lightning tribulation was no ordinary lightning tribulation. His lightning tribulation not only contained the might of the heavenly Tao, it also contained the aura of chaos. Most importantly, the lightning tribulation did not strike him. F***ck, F***ck. He's trying to murder his father-in-law. Qin Luo turned his waist and dodged a lightning tribulation that was 100 meters away from his feet. He was shocked. Although the lightning tribulation did not destroy the seal, but he and the void beasts were not so lucky. Amidst the exclamations, the lightning tribulation continued to fall from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The seal seemed to have turned into a land of lightning. The power of the lightning tribulation was condensing in it. After the void beasts were struck by the lightning tribulation, their bodies exploded, turning into clouds of black gas and dissipating. These void beasts also possess the most essential power of the aura of chaos. Seeing this, a glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. As the lightning tribulations fell, his aura rose steadily. 1 tribulation, that means I'm a 1-star supreme ancient god. Sure enough, to break through to the next realm through lightning tribulation, it's as easy as drinking water for me. Ning Tian could not help but murmur as he sensed his own strength. Indeed, he had faced countless tribulations along the way. However, his lightning tribulation seemed to have never struck him before. When the ancestral master faced his tribulation, others suffered. Then, let's face a few more lightning tribulations and absorb some of the aura of chaos. Ning Tian sat cross-legged in the sky. Her gaze was indifferent as she looked at the ugly void beasts that were continuously struggling in the raging flame seal. If the dark turmoil was devouring people's hearts, then these were probably the ugliest side of people's hearts. Since he could let the lightning tribulation strike the void beasts and extract the most essential power of the void beasts, which was the aura of chaos, he would take the opportunity to let the unknown tree absorb more and grow faster. Phew, he heaved a sigh of relief and closed his eyes again. This brat, he's doing it again. Qin Luo frowned and his heart was beating wildly. As an ancient god sovereign, he was naturally not afraid of the supreme ancient god lightning tribulation that Ning Tian was facing. However, even if the first lightning tribulation did not hurt the seal, it did not mean that every lightning tribulation would not hurt the seal. Damn! This brat, he's dancing in the lightning zone repeatedly. Qin Luo swallowed his saliva. This brat is King messing around. However, he had done such a crazy thing before. He did not care about such a small matter anymore. Mother K. Brat, if you want to transcend the tribulation, hurry up and do it. Even if you're transcending the sovereign's ancient divine lightning, I'll still help you. Qin Luo cursed and roared at Ning Tian. All right. Next time, I'll have to trouble you to help me face the sovereign ancient god lightning. However, in the sky, Ning Tian's leisurely voice sounded. Qin Luo was confused. He continued to curse, brat, I'll *ck you. You're so *king heartless. Haha. Ning Tian chuckled. Then, his aura settled in his body and he started to face the tribulation again. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky again. The lightning tribulation lasted for several hours. Qin Luo and the void beasts in the seal suffered even more. They had been trapped in the array for so long. Although they were sealed, they had only lost their freedom. The guardians of the seal could not harm them. But who would have thought, until a young man in black came over and faced the tribulation above their heads. Several hours later, the land of divine calamity had truly become a land of divine calamity. The surrounding land was charred black and there were still hundreds of millions of traces of lightning tribulation remaining. There was still a lot of chaos in the entire sealed land. These were all transformed from the void beasts that had been struck to death by the lightning tribulation. At the center of the seal, the shadowy tree was also madly absorbing the chaotic aura. Phew, in the sky, Ning Tian slowly opened his eyes and murmured, 5 tribulations in one go. It's still a little difficult. The higher I go, the longer the lightning tribulation will be and the more powerful it will be. I can't waste it. Chapter 689. That's right, to the founder, he didn't care about the power of the lightning tribulation. What he cared about was that the lightning tribulation was too much of a waste of time. Moreover, the stronger the lightning tribulation was, the more powerful it would be for him to deal with his enemies. The ancient gods rely on the lightning tribulation to increase their strength. This means that I still have many chances to deal with the lightning tribulation. Ning Tian said calmly, his eyes shining. He was even thinking about whether he should go to the nest of the ancient god Yun Tu when he broke through to the ancient god sovereign level and undergo the lightning tribulation there, letting them bathe in the lightning tribulation. After all, the lightning tribulation was the purest power of the heavenly Tao. His founder was such a good person to let them bathe in the heavenly Tao. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to a 5-star supreme ancient god. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Hearing this, Ning Tian patted the charred spot on his butt caused by the lightning tribulation and stood up in satisfaction. However, when he stood up, he sighed. Sigh, I was accidentally injured by the lightning tribulation. Accidentally injured? Damn you. This is your heavenly tribulation, and you've only been struck once. Moreover, it was the smallest lightning tribulation. What about me? How many times did I get struck? Damn you. At the side, the sound of cursing could be heard. Hey, father, you can curse all you want, but why do you have to be invisible? Ning Tian looked around and couldn't help but frown slightly. I'll hide your ass, Qin Luo cursed. Then, he opened his eyes and revealed his pearly white teeth. It was also at this moment that Ning Tian finally saw those gleaming white teeth in the darkness. She could recognize him just by looking at his teeth. The current Qin Luo's hair was in an afro and his body was charred black, perfectly blending in with the surrounding darkness. Father, are you undergoing the lightning tribulation? Ning Tian asked softly. Was he trying to murder his father-in-law? This couldn't be, right? Damn you. Qin Luo scolded in annoyance. Spirit chi surged in his body, and he returned to his original appearance in a second. In these few hours, Ning Tian had a great time transcending the tribulation, and he also had a great time being struck by the lightning tribulation. However, Qin Luo and the Void Beast were miserable. Stinky brat, you should be a one-star supreme ancient god now, right? Why is your lightning tribulation taking so long, seriously? As Qin Luo spoke, he glared at him. It's the 5 tribulations, which is also the 5 stars. Ning Tian said with an honest expression. Before Qin Luo could finish speaking, a question mark slowly appeared in his mind. Other cultivators would be cautious and hesitant. They would only dare to cross the ancient god thunder tribulation when they were fully prepared. But this brat, in just a few short hours, he crossed 5 tribulations in one go. Brat, are you crazy? Are you not afraid of death? Qin Luo's heart was in turmoil. I'm not afraid, it's not like I'm the one who's injured. Aren't you the one who's injured? Ning Tian said quietly from the side. Qin Luo, so angry, should he change his son-in-law? However, there is indeed a disadvantage to crossing the tribulation like this. At this moment, Ning Tian spoke again. What is the disadvantage? Qin Luo frowned. That is, if I cross too many tribulations in one go, the heavenly Tao doesn't seem to allow me to cross the tribulation. Ning Tian said seriously. As he spoke, he even demonstrated, wanting to cross the tribulation. Dark clouds flickered in the sky, but with the sound of thunder, they disappeared. Qin Luo was dumbfounded. Could this be? Even the heavenly Tao doesn't want you to cross the tribulation? What the F***ck? You've shocked Qin Luo. Reward, the wrath of the lightning tribulation. Because the host is too arrogant, the lightning tribulation has become angry. As a result, the lightning tribulation will be 10 times more powerful in the future. When the host is crossing the tribulation, the spirit energy within 10,000 meters will be reduced to increase the probability of the host being killed by the lightning tribulation. At this moment, in his mind, the system's voice sounded again. Hearing the system's words, Ning Tian slowly typed a question mark. System, are you kidding me again? Did the system betray him? It couldn't wait for him to be killed by the lightning tribulation. System, host, don't panic. There are still passive skills to be mentioned. Oh, you have to think carefully before you speak. Ning Tian's face was full of kindness. He touched his head. If you don't tell me properly, I'll knock my head on the spot. Passive skill, insulator. The host is not fated with the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation will not strike the host. The system's voice sounded again. Insulator? Ning Tian's eyes lit up. Wasn't that the same as when he was crossing the tribulation? The power of the lightning tribulation would be 10 times more powerful. Moreover, it would have the effect of weakening the spirit energy within 10,000 meters. That would be equivalent to increasing the lightning tribulation, but it wouldn't affect him. This was a perfect skill to deal with the enemy. Haha. Ning Tian couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Qin Luo with a face full of excitement. He didn't expect to receive such a good reward after shocking his father-in-law. Brat, why are you looking at me like that? Qin Luo looked vigilant. Haha. It's nothing, Dad. Let me give you a kiss to express my fatherly love for you. Ning Tian laughed loudly. What the F***ck? Qin Luo had long suspected that there was something wrong with this kid. Get lost. A scream was heard in the land of divine perdition. Of course. Ning Tian didn't really do anything. He just wanted to shock his father-in-law again and make him drop some good stuff. However, Qin Luo wasn't shocked at all. Instead, he looked as if he had guessed it. This made Ning Tian very confused. Was he such a person in his father-in-law's heart? All right, brat. The lightning tribulation is over. It's time to get lost, right? Qin Luo looked around angrily. Although the seal wasn't destroyed, the surroundings were a mess. Yes, I'm ready to leave. Ning Tian nodded slightly. He glanced at Qin Luo and said with a frown, "Aren't you leaving with me? This place isn't far from the Tianmo cult. Wu Qing and your mother-in-law might be waiting for you." Although Ning Tian knew that as a guardian, he couldn't leave the seal at will, this place wasn't far from the Tianmo cult. If Ling Du could leave the seal and go to the Ice God Palace, then Qin Luo should be able to do the same, right? No. I can't leave here. However, Qin Luo shook his head, and his expression gradually became serious. He looked at Ning Tian and said seriously, "Brat, every seal is different. You can't compare it to other seals. Otherwise, something big will happen. Do you understand? Every seal is different." Ning Tian said in a low voice and then nodded seriously. "Okay, I understand. But, since I've already returned to the 9 regions, I'll take a trip to the Firmament Territory." The Firmament Territory, the land of raging waves. That's a seal guarded by the ancient god cloud map. Are you sure you'll be fine going there alone? Qin Luo frowned worriedly when he heard Ju Bao's words. Chapter 690. Creak. When Luo Wei's voice sounded from outside the door, the wooden door of the study creaked open. Luo Wei, dressed in a red dress, appeared in front of Ning Tian and the others. "What are you doing?" When Luo Wei walked into the study, she saw a handsome black-clothed young man holding her daughter and Yu Yao. The two women's clothes were disheveled. Luo Wei was no longer a little girl. She naturally understood what they were doing. When she came in, did she miss the timing? There was a moment of silence in the study. Swoosh. Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro hurriedly broke free from Ning Tian's embrace. Their beautiful faces immediately flushed red. The three of them were in an extremely awkward position just now. Ning Tian was still holding the two women. They were not well behaved to begin with, so the two women's clothes were still a little messy. Cough. Hello, Auntie. I am Ning Tian. After a moment of silence, Ning Tian coughed dryly. His old face was red, and he was a little flustered. After all, although Qin Luo was his father-in-law, but he had known him for a long time, and they were very close. Therefore, he did not feel nervous at all. But Luo Wei was different. That was the first time they had met, and this was the real meeting of the parent. Moreover, most importantly, the scene of the first meeting of the parents was actually in the study, when he was holding the other party's daughter and preparing to do something shameful. This was too awkward. A large-scale social death scene. Auntie. Luo Wei was stunned, and her beautiful face instantly turned cold. When this coldness appeared on her face, there was a shadow of Luo Wuqing. "It's over. It's over." Seeing this scene, Ning Tian cried out. He had made his mother-in-law unhappy. It did not matter whether Qin Luo was happy or not, but this mother-in-law was not to be trifled with. "You've already taken my daughter, and you're still calling me auntie. Hurry up and call me mom." However, when Ning Tian was sweating cold sweat, Luo Wei smiled and corrected Ning Tian. Mom." Ning Tian had been quick to react since he was young. When he heard Luo Wei's words, he immediately reacted and a smile appeared on his face. The way he addressed her was even more intimate than Luo Wuqing. "Good boy." Luo Wei smiled gently and patted Ning Tian's shoulder earnestly. "Little Ning, Mom will leave first. I won't disturb you anymore." "Oh right. Mom likes daughters a little, but boys are fine too. I'll leave this mission to you." After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. She even considerately helped the three of them close the door of the study. In the study, the three of them fell silent for a moment. Luo Wei's words were no longer a hint, but a blatant statement. The two women at the side blushed. They were already an old couple, but the two women were still so shy. "Cough, honey, Are all of our mothers so open-minded? Ning Tian coughed dryly. How would I know? Luo Wuqing blushed and rolled her eyes at Ning Tian. It was rare for the Empress to be so shy. Ha ha. Ning Tian couldn't help but want to laugh, so he laughed out loud. Qin Luo and Luo Wei were simply the best father-in-law and mother-in-law in Tianxianyi. Honey, little wife. I wonder if you've heard of this saying? Ning Tian looked at the two women. What saying? The two women frowned and had a bad feeling in their hearts. You're a good boy if you listen to your mother, Ning Tian said in all seriousness. The two women were speechless. Actually, I really don't want to cultivate, but, sigh, who asked me to be a good boy? Ning Tian sighed and pulled the two women into the void amidst their exclamations. Husband. Tianmo cult. Boom. All of the heavenly demon cult disciples abruptly raised their heads to look, their eyes carrying a trace of doubt and nervousness. Could it be that someone from the deity domain had come again? But when everyone looked up, they saw a young man in black take a step out of the void and stretch in front of everyone. That familiar voice rang in everyone's ears. As expected, I still need to cultivate to be more in line with my identity as a decent person. It seems that I'll have to ask Zhu Yuanbo to get me 2 whips to eat. I'm a little weak. Cut it out. However, as soon as he said that, a cold female voice came from behind him. Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro also took a step out of the void. Their auras fluctuated slightly and had obviously improved. But the two women rolled their eyes at Ning Tian's words. A little weak. If Ning Buxu was weak, could he still be called Ning Buxu? Ha ha. Ning Tian couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, feeling the countless gazes below him, he froze for a moment. Then, he lowered his head and saw many familiar faces, as well as some new ones. He couldn't help but smile. Everyone, long time no see. I'm back. Ancestral Master. Hearing those words, even though the Supreme Elder was already very old, he still could not help but feel his nose sting. Immediately, tears streamed down his face. If Ning Tian was by his side, she would probably throw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Zhu Yuanbo, Yu Qin, and the others watched with silly smiles on their faces. They heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. As long as the Ancestral Master was back, everything would be fine. At this moment, the countless disciples of the Tianmo cult were looking at Ning Tian with fanatical eyes. The disciples who had joined the Tianmo cult a long time ago looked at Ning Tian with tears in their eyes. Some of the new disciples looked at Ning Tian with eyes full of worship and excitement. Although their emotions were different, the only thing they knew was that their ancestral master of the Tianmo cult had returned. The faith of the Tianmo cult had returned. Sensing an enormous amount of faith energy, the heart of human is currently absorbing the faith energy. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Specks of golden light that only Ning Tian could see appeared on their bodies. Then, the specks of golden light fell from their bodies and gathered toward Ning Tian. This was the faith they had for Ning Tian. The heart of human has absorbed the faith energy. The heart of human has been upgraded. When the system's voice faded away, Ning Tian stepped into the void and landed next to the crowd. I didn't expect that this old man would actually be able to see Ancestor once in my lifetime. The Supreme Elder looked at Ning Tian by the side and couldn't help but sigh heavily. Many people felt the same way when they heard those words. The Ancestral Master was the chosen one. His talent was something they would never be able to catch up to in their lifetime. As for them, they were only ordinary cultivators. If they were lucky, they would ascend to the realm of the gods. If they were unlucky, they would die of old age in the 9 regions. They originally thought that the Ancestral Master would be separated by life and death after ascending to the realm of the gods. Never did they expect that they would be able to see the Ancestral Master again in the 9 regions. Chapter 691. Don't worry, you may be very ordinary, and your aptitudes may be mediocre, but, Ning Tian smiled as he looked at the crowd. He walked step by step toward the Tianmo cult's main hall so that everyone in the Tianmo cult could see him. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on him. The 2 women stood silently beside him. Follow me, and you will no longer be ordinary. Because you are disciples of the Tianmo cult. You are better than everyone else, and you will surpass everyone else. Because your ancestral master is me. I will change everything for you. Even if I fail countless times, there will be nothing to worry about as long as I am around. Ning Tian's voice fell. When he said those words, he suddenly froze. His body trembled and his mind went blank. It was as if countless words were echoing in his mind. I will change everything for you, even if it's countless times, countless times. Just now, what happened? The countless repeated voices only rang for a few seconds before stopping. It was like tinnitus. But Ning Tian's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. Husband, what's wrong? At the side. The two women looked at him and couldn't help but frown. Their husband seemed to be abnormal for a moment just now. No, it's nothing. Ning Tian waved his hand. Although there was something abnormal, it was better not to worry the two women before they figured out the reason. At this moment, when Ning Tian's words fell, his voice spread throughout the Tianmo cult. The whole Tianmo cult suddenly became quiet. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then the luster in their eyes slowly lit up. Countless times, in exchange for success. This was their ancestral master. We will wait. We will follow our ancestral master to death. Born by the Tianmo cult, die by the Tianmo cult. Countless Tianmo cult disciples were excited. Their impassioned voices were endless. Very good. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly. He lifted his eyes and looked at the crowd with an indifferent expression. Everyone, please make your preparations. 1 month later, follow me to the divine region. The divine region is the place where you can truly ascend. The spiritual energy in the realm of the gods was denser than the spiritual energy in the 9 domains combined. Cultivating there would yield twice the results with half the effort, and the disciples of the Tianmo cult would also be able to improve greatly. God or divine domain. Hearing those words, everyone was taken aback. Naturally, they had a great yearning for the divine domain. However, wasn't the divine domain only a demigod expert who had sensed the divine power qualified to enter? Divine power only gives you the right to pass through the veil of the heavenly Tao. As long as you pass through the veil of the heavenly Tao, even a mortal can stay in the divine realm. Do you really think that everyone in the divine realm is a god? Ning Tian's indifferent voice rang out. The curtain of the heavenly Tao, however, Ning Tian's words made everyone even more afraid. The heavenly Tao, in their hearts, the heavenly Tao was a high and mighty existence. It was the ruler of the mysterious sky continent, a mysterious existence. They didn't even have the divine power, yet they wanted to pass through the veil of the heavenly Tao. Could it be that the heavenly Tao was just a decoration in front of their ancestral master? It's just the heavenly Tao. There's no need to be afraid. Ning Tian said faintly when she saw the frowns on everyone's faces. Everyone, ancestral master, that's the heavenly Tao. At the side, Moon Spirit stole a few glances at Ning Tian. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of worry, and she couldn't help but say, Moon Emperor, you don't believe in others, but don't you believe in your ancestral master? Ning Tian chuckled at Moon Spirit. Hearing those words, Moon Spirit couldn't help but blush. She naturally knew why Ning Tian called her Moon Emperor. It was because the dream she had once said in front of him had finally come true. Ning Tian was sincerely congratulating her. Unfortunately, things were still the same, but people had changed. At the side, when everyone heard those words and saw Ning Tian's confident smile, they couldn't help but feel shocked. That's right. That was their ancestral master. The legendary ancestral master of the Tianmo cult. The miracles that others had done might be the most ordinary thing in the case of their ancestral master. At this moment, everyone once again recalled a sentence that had been passed down in the Tianmo cult. With the ancestral master, there was no surprise. You've shocked everyone in the Tianmo cult. Event item obtained, lock cylinder replacement technique. This item will automatically activate when faced with an event and display its function. Just as everyone in the Tianmo cult revealed a trace of astonishment, the system's voice rang out in their minds. Lock cylinder replacement technique? Ning Tian frowned. A glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Could it be? Was it for that person? It seemed that he could only try it when he got there. After pondering for a moment, Ning Tian silently put away the event item. He once again looked at everyone in the Tianmo cult. In short, everyone, just believe in me. 1 month from now, my Tianmo cult will resound throughout the entire God's domain. Hearing this, the eyes of the Tianmo cult disciples flashed with excitement. They were all young and hot-blooded. On the side, some of the elders of the Tianmo cult, such as Zhu Yuanbo, chuckled. Although they weren't excited, they were looking forward to it. Finally, they could finally follow their ancestral master again. Our ancestral master will always be a god. Zhu Yuanbo laughed heartily. He rushed over with a horsewhip and almost stuffed it into Ning Tian's mouth. On the side, the Grand Elder also silently took out the Imperial Maiden portrait and walked over to Ning Tian. Ancestral Master, I have a newly listed Imperial. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt 2 ice-cold gazes land on his body. Immediately, the Grand Elder was so frightened that he almost dropped the Imperial Maiden portrait in his hand. Grand Elder, how could you give me this thing? Am I that kind of person? Ning Tian looked disappointed and couldn't help but sigh. But, I have a friend. Oh. This old man understands. The Grand Elder's eyes lit up. A friend? Little Ning, you have such a friend. At this moment, Ning Tian's mother-in-law's voice sounded behind him. Ha ha ha. No. How could there be such a person who has no friends? This kind of person is simply too shameless. Right, Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Ning Tian laughed. He scratched his head and looked at the Grand Elder with a sincere expression. Ah! Ancestral Master, didn't you say? Artilda the Grand Elder was dumbfounded and didn't react. However, before he could finish speaking, he turned into a meteor and floated into the distance. In the sky, there seemed to be another Grand Elder's voice. Grand Elder, goodbye, Ancestral Master. I'm going to sail away tonight. Mom, there's no such thing. The Grand Supreme Elder is a very bad old man. Don't believe him. Ning Tian coughed dryly with an honest expression. In front of his mother-in-law, he was still filled with the desire to live. But, seeing this scene, the 2 women couldn't help but laugh. Their teasing eyes fell on Ning Tian. It was as if they were saying, "Husband, you also have such a day." Chapter 692. Ahem, Ning Tian could not help but cough dryly when he felt the teasing gazes of the 2 women. However, before he could say anything, he saw Luo Wei walking towards the 2 women and reaching out to touch their soft bellies. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Luo Wuqing could not help but be stunned. I'm checking whether it's a boy or a girl, Luo Wei said in all seriousness. Ah! Hearing this, Luo Wuqing's pretty face immediately turned red. It was rare for the originally cold Empress to be so shy. There was a different kind of cuteness in contrast. Then, she hurriedly pushed Luo Wei away and said angrily, "How can it be so fast? Mom, you're thinking too much." "You're not." Luo Wei looked disappointed. Then, she patted Ning Tian's shoulder and said earnestly, "Xiao Ning, you can't do this. While you're still young, give birth to a few more for us to play with, take care of. After all, it's very boring in the sealed land. Xiao Ning, if you don't succeed this time, just try a few more times. There will definitely be a chance." Hearing this, Ning Tian and the other 2 fell silent. Damn, this mother-in-law was so open-minded that it was a little shocking. Hee. Okay, Mom, don't worry. Leave this mission to me. Ning Tian came back to his senses and smiled proudly at the 2 women. Luo Wuqing was stunned. The Empress was speechless. Now, she was already doubting whether she was still Luo Wei's biological daughter. How could she let others bully her daughter? Oh right. At this moment, Luo Wei seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ning Tian. Xiao Ning, if the plan to unify the 9 regions is to be handed over to Wuqing, then do it as soon as possible. Why? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. Because, I want to bring them to cultivate and help them break through to the ancient god realm, Luo Wei said slowly. I see. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes flashed and then he nodded slightly. Then there's no time to lose. Let's unify the 9 regions from today onwards. Although the Tianmo cult will go to the divine realm, we can leave behind the seeds of the Tianmo cult in the 9 regions. This may become the roots of the Tianmo cult. Okay. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyao nodded. Do you need me to go with you? Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing. No. Let the Empress of the Tianmo cult. Luo Wuqing's lips curled into a confident smile. His beautiful face turned cold once again, cold and emotionless. His beautiful eyes looked at the heavenly demon cult members. Everyone, follow me to unify the 9 zones. Empress. The Tianmo cult members nodded heavily. Currently, the experts of the 7 regions were all imprisoned in the heavenly demon cult's cages. As for how they would be dealt with, Ning Tian did not care. In any case, these so-called experts of the 7 regions were merely ants to him. It was better to leave this matter to the Grand Elder and the others. While Luo Wuqing was unifying the 9 regions, Ning Tian had his own plans. After catching up with some old friends, he planned to go to the firmament territory. Sect Master Ni, long time no see. Ning Tian looked at Ni Hongi. He had learned the misty energy from the misty sect. Ancestral Master, long time no see. Ni Hongi was stunned for a moment, then she smiled at Ning Tian. The Ancestral Master was the same as before. Apart from becoming stronger, nothing had changed. Although she seemed the same, the difference was like heaven and earth. Yes, Ning Tian let out a long sigh. Being apart for a few years was like being apart for a million years. Although it was only a few years, to him, a lot had happened. He asked again, that girl Yuqin, she isn't stealing anymore, right? Yuqin. She can steal horses from all over the 9 regions. Ni Hongi smiled bitterly. I'm not stealing. I'm just a horse lover. Yuqin raised her small hand in protest. Horse, thank you so much. Then, how about the Misty sect? Is it doing well? Ning Tian asked. Thanks to the Ancestral Master, the Misty sect is now one of the top forces in the firmament territory. But Elder Hailu has passed away, Ni Hongi said slowly, shaking her head. Elder Hailu, hearing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. He felt sorry for the death of an old friend. Elder Hailu was the other great emperor of the Misty sect. He didn't expect him to pass away. How about, you join the Tianmo cult and form the Misty sect? What do you think? The heavenly demon will protect you. Ni Hongi was stunned for a moment. After a long moment of silence, she looked at Ning Tian with her beautiful eyes and nodded. Okay. After bidding farewell to Ni Hongi, Ning Tian went to look for the 2 sisters, Tian Xiong and Tian Mai, and directly expressed his intentions. The Demon God Realm, Ancestral Master, you mean we can join the Fox God Valley in the Demon God Realm? Tian Mai frowned slightly and looked at Ning Tian. Yes. The 9-tailed fox is also in the Demon God Realm. It should be the faith of the demon race. Joining the Demon God Realm will be good for you. The 9-tailed fox will protect you. Ning Tian smiled and nodded. Faith, protect, Tian Mai was stunned. Ancestral Master, won't you protect us? Tian Xiong raised her eyes and asked. Me? Of course I will protect you. Ning Tian said without hesitation. He would treat his old friends well. Ancestral Master, the faith of the Fox clan is no longer the 9-tailed fox, but you. Instead of joining the Demon God Realm, I think, the people of the Sky Fox Valley would prefer to follow you. Tian Mai looked at Ning Tian seriously. Besides, Miss Su's bloodline should be the same as the Sky Fox's. Following the Ancestral Master is the same as following Miss Su. It's the same. Ning Tian was stunned. Then he looked at the 2 sisters with a smile and nodded. Okay. I understand. Then, the Sky Fox Valley will reappear in the Sky Demon Realm. Hehe. Thank you very much, Ancestral Master. Tian Mai and Tian Xiong thanked him. After chatting with all his old friends for a long time, Ning Tian looked at the 2 women and said, Honey, I'll go to the firmament territory first and wait for your good news. Okay. Be careful, husband. Luo Wuqing nodded and said softly. Now that everything was done, Ning Tian did not hesitate. He stepped into the void and headed for the firmament territory. He had passed 5 supreme ancient god thunder tribulations, and his strength had reached the level of a 5-star supreme ancient god. Coupled with his mastery of the space law, his speed was amazing. 10 minutes later, in the firmament territory, Ning Tian took a step out of the void and could not help but sigh. When he had set off from the celestial spirit territory, even with the help of the void ship and the space transmission pillar, it had taken him several weeks. Now, he had arrived in the firmament territory in 10 minutes. However, now that I'm in the firmament territory, I can't help but think of an old friend, Ning Tian murmured and looked in a direction. That was, in the direction of the Heaven Secret Pavilion. Chapter 693. It's been so many years. I wonder how that damn fortune-teller is doing now. Ning Tian looked in the direction of the Divine Secret Pavilion and murmured. That day, before the ancient road to godhood opened, Chen Gejiang came to teach him the Divine Secret technique at the Galerain house. It was also at that time that he knew he was a person without destiny. But now, several years had passed. Forget it, let's go and take a look. If this guy is punished by heaven, maybe I can burn some incense for him. Ning Tian muttered to himself and then took a step forward. In an instant, the spiritual energy around him surged. He was full of ancient god aura. With one step, he disappeared from the sky and headed in the direction of the Divine Secret Pavilion. Firmament territory, Divine Secret Pavilion. Now, the pavilion was lonely. There was only an old tree and a white-haired old man holding a broom. He was stooped and leisurely sweeping the yellow leaves in the courtyard. At this moment, the void rippled slightly and a figure stepped out. Old man, how did the Divine Secret Pavilion become like this? Looking at the lonely pavilion, Ning Tian could not help but frown. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The Divine Secret Pavilion was the top force of the human clan in the firmament territory a few years ago. How did it become so lonely in just a few years? Oh, young friend, are you also here to divine the Divine Secret? I'm sorry, the Divine Secret Pavilion has been disbanded and will not divine the Divine Secret for others for the time being. If you insist, I can only persuade you. When the stooped old man heard Ning Tian's voice, he could not help but stop sweeping the leaves. He slowly turned around and squinted at Ning Tian with a wrinkled face. What is it? Ning Tian also looked at him. The Divine Secret is not to be revealed. The old man gently spat out a few words. They seemed to contain endless mystery. Hearing these words, Ning Tian could not help but be stunned. Then, a wry smile appeared on his face. A trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. What a familiar phrase. He just did not expect that such a huge Divine Secret Pavilion would be disbanded. Could it be? When Chen Gejiang learned of the heavenly wrath, he dissolved the entire Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Old man, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to divine the secrets of the heavens. I'm only here to look for someone. The expression in Ning Tian's eyes slowly returned to normal. He shook his head and looked at the old man who was sweeping the floor seriously. Looking for someone? The old man frowned. Even though the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries had been disbanded, there were still many cultivators who came here in the past few years. Their purpose was to divine the heavenly mysteries. However, how could the heavenly mysteries be divined in such a manner? I'm looking for your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's former pavilion master, Chen Gejiang. Ning Tian said slowly. Chen Gejiang? The old man was stunned for a moment. After a long silence, he sighed, I'm afraid this little friend has come in vain. Pavilion Master Chen disappeared many years ago. It was because of his disappearance and the death of Wang Tian ancestor that the Pavilion of Divination collapsed and disbanded. Gone. That damn fortune teller. Disappeared. Ning Tian frowned, but he quickly reacted, wait. Wang Tian ancestor is also dead. His expression was somewhat complicated. The Wang Tian ancestor could be considered half an acquaintance, but he didn't expect that the last time he saw him would be a farewell. Yes, the old man's expression was desolate as he sighed. The Wang Tian ancestor divined a person who couldn't be divined. Damn it, he was already destined to die. It's only a matter of time. Hearing this, Ning Tian fell silent. I'm afraid, the reason why the Wang Tian ancestor died should be because he divined for him. Even Chen Gejiang didn't dare to divine too many heavenly mysteries for himself, let alone the Wang Tian ancestor. Wang Tian ancestor. Where is he buried? After a long silence, Ning Tian asked. Heavenly Secret Mountain, Wang Tian Tomb. The old man pointed to a place. Ning Tian looked over and nodded slightly, thank you. After he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot in a flash. As for the old man, he did not mind. He merely continued to sweep the area. He had been sweeping the area like this for several years. The moment the withered old tree collapsed would be the moment his life ended. He was another great emperor of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Heavenly Secret Pavilion, Wang Tian Tomb. Ning Tian looked at the incense in his hand, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise into a bitter smile. He originally planned to burn incense for Chen Gejiang, but he didn't expect that in the end, he would burn one for the Wang Tian ancestor. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Wang Tian, rest in peace. Ning Tian sighed, then inserted the burning incense in his hand into the tomb door. Boom. However, when the incense was inserted, there was a loud explosion. The tomb exploded. Or did the Wang Tian ancestor's corpse come to life? Ning Tian frowned and murmured. But it was obvious that both of his guesses were wrong. On the tomb door, a rich spiritual energy appeared, and lines of words appeared in the spiritual energy, also appearing in front of Ning Tian. Spiritual energy turned into words, a small mechanism technique. Ning Tian saw through this small mechanism at a glance. He looked at the spirit word and frowned. This is, left by the fortune teller. On the spirit word was written, fellow Daoist Ning, my mission has been completed, and I will eventually disappear from this 9 regions. The story of the 9 regions will finally be completed. Ning Tian spent a few minutes reading this large paragraph of spirit words. After reading, he couldn't help but frown. Mission completed? Ning Tian caught the key point. He vaguely remembered that the fortune teller once said that he was the guide of the heavenly god physique, and that it was his mission to guide the heavenly god physique. And he was the 10th heavenly god physique, so the fortune teller's mission was completed. I see, seems like, this fortune teller might have some relationship with the heavenly palace, or even, reading up to here. Ning Tian had more or less figured out what was going on. Previously, he had some doubts. That fortune teller was at most a great emperor expert. How could he have lived for millions of years? And why would the Death Lord know a mere great emperor? But, if the fortune teller was just an incarnation of a great emperor from the god domain, then everything would make sense. An incarnation from the god domain was very common among the experts from the god domain. It could be seen from the white-haired sword saint's incarnation of the myriad sword god. This guy. I hope that when I see his real body again, I can still slap his face. Ning Tian murmured, with a smile on his face. He then shook his head helplessly. Let's go to the Black Earth Death Mountain again to prepare for the Earth Spirit World. After leaving the 9 regions this time, the next time he came back, he would definitely go to the Black Earth Death Mountain and enter the Earth Spirit World from there. In order to prevent the Death Lord from causing trouble, it was better to make preparations first. Ning Tian made up his mind and stepped into the void, disappearing. Chapter 694. Black Earth Death Mountain. The black aura was flowing all around. The death aura was constantly condensing and shrouding. The entire Black Earth Death Mountain was covered in darkness. Many death generals who were controlled by the death aura were strolling around the mountain with numb expressions. The current death chi is unable to harm me in the slightest. Ning Tian stepped out from the void and looked at the surrounding scene. He then raised his eyes to look at the death palace hidden in the mountain and couldn't help but sigh. Things are still the same, but people have changed. In the past, it was difficult to advance even an inch. Now, it was very easy to stroll around. And it was also in this Black Earth Death Mountain that he met the white-clothed flat-chested girl for the first time. She liked to hug the death bell and also liked to draw circles and curse himself. Phew, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he shook his head and took a step forward, heading towards the death palace. The Death Generals guarding the Death Palace were completely unaware that someone had bypassed their guards and headed towards the Death Palace. In the Death Palace, Ning Qian appeared here. The surrounding was as quiet as death. It was filled with a very dense death aura. Ning Qian's appearance did not break the order of this place. He cultivated the law of death. In front of the death aura, Ning Qian was the same kind. Who would have thought that the Death Overlord would actually be able to repair this great hall? Who would have thought that that woman would have such capabilities? Looking at the intact palace, Ning Qian couldn't help but stroke his chin and ridicule. Back then, this palace was destroyed very miserably. Don't ask him how he got rid of it. After all, he was the one who did it. Thousands of lightning tribulation gathered here and destroyed the palace. But, when he came here again, it was actually repaired. This made Ning Qian, who didn't have the previous battle record, feel very regretful. Deathlord, an old friend is here. Don't you want to come out and meet her? Ning Qian didn't hold back. He sat on the high seat of the Death Palace and shouted at the air beside him. His voice echoed in the palace, but there was no response. This woman is really cold. Ning Qian pursed his lips and decided to change his words. Lord of Death, if you don't come out, I'm going to use the demolition spell on your Death Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding aura of death seemed to have become denser, but, other than that, there was no other reaction. This troublesome woman, you forced me to do this. Ning Qian shook his head helplessly. Why didn't he come out? Why did he have to use his ultimate move? Sigh. Ning Qian sighed, then took a deep breath and raised his voice to the maximum. Deathlord, your breastplate is really good. I can see that you are very broad-minded. Before he could finish his words, Ning Qian sensed the aura of death gathering behind him. Next, a hand covered his mouth. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. The angry voice of the Deathlord was heard. She appeared beside Ning Qian out of thin air and covered his mouth. The aura of death condensed into a blade in her hand and stabbed toward Ning Qian. However, with a flash, Ning Qian's figure disappeared from where she stood, dodging the simple stab. Ha! Death, you don't have to be in such a hurry to meet an old friend, right? Ning Qian flashed and appeared not far from the Death Lord. He looked at her. I didn't expect you to be so pretty. This was the first time the Death Lord appeared in front of Ning Qian with her real body. After all, when they were at the Black Death Mountain, the Death Lord was just a voice. In front of him, the Death Lord was wearing a tight black leather jacket. Her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her figure was proud and full. She gritted her silver teeth and glared at him angrily. Lecher. Feeling Ning Qian's gaze, the Death Lord couldn't help but snort. Ning Qian slowly typed a question mark. Didn't I just take a look at you? But, I want to ask, when you're wearing this leather jacket, won't your fart bulge? Ning Qian looked at the Death Overlord with a serious expression as she asked. The Death Lord was stunned for a moment. Then, she became even angrier. Is this something a human would say? Me. You are indeed the most shameless sky god body. I haven't seen you for a few years and you haven't changed at all. The Death Lord snorted. The blade in her hand slowly dissipated. From the looks of it, she didn't intend to continue attacking Ning Qian. Ha! Ning Qian chuckled and looked at the Death Lord. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You actually have the strength of an ancient god sovereign. You can tell? No. You are already an ancient god. The Death Lord was stunned. Then, her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. If Ning Qian could tell her strength, then Ning Qian's strength must be at the ancient god realm. How many years has it been? The Death Lord couldn't help but reveal a strange expression on her face. A few years ago, although Ning Qian had the sky god body, he wasn't even a great emperor back then. He even needed to use his wife's connections to escape from her. But how many years had it been? Ning Qian was already at the ancient god realm. Although she didn't know what kind of ancient god he was, this speed was already shocking. Even if he had the sky god body, it was impossible to be so fast. You have shocked the Death Lord. Reward, Death Lord level comprehension of the law of death. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. In an instant, the black aura around Ning Tian surged and quickly disappeared into his body. Oh! This reward is worth 100 million points. Feeling the aura of death flowing in his body, Ning Tian smiled slightly. His law of death was only slightly behind the Death Lord. Now, the system's shocking reward made up for the gap. Death, I asked you to come here mainly because I want to go to the Earth Spirit World in the future. I know that you can enter the Earth Spirit World from here. Ning Tian looked at the Death Lord and said in a deep voice. You are going to save Bai Liu, right? Hearing Ning Tian's words, the Death Lord's face darkened and her voice became colder. She looked at Ning Tian indifferently. There was no trace of life in her eyes. How did you know? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. You don't need to know how I know. But I don't understand. Why do you want her to die? She is infinitely close to death. Clearly, as long as you bring her to me, I can save her. The Death Lord's face was very ugly. Her beautiful eyes were very cold. Obviously, she couldn't accept Bai Liu's death. Although she knew that the girl was living well in the Earth Spirit World, she was still dead. Chapter 695. Hearing the Death Lord's words and seeing her like this, Ning Tian sighed. This damned woman must be really angry. Even if she were to tell her that White Willow had sacrificed himself, she probably wouldn't believe it. Moreover, he blamed himself for Bai Liu's death. If he was a little stronger, Bai Liu would not have to sacrifice herself. One soul fell and 10,000 souls were born. What a headache. I'm not here today to make you angry. Ning Tian looked at the ugly expression on the Death Overlord's face and couldn't help but frown. He had to think of a way to make the Death Overlord forgive him. Only then would it be easier for him to enter the Earth Spirit World from the Black Death Mountain. But how could he make the Death Lord forgive him? Could it be that he had to make a new breastplate for her? But he would be treated as a lecher, right? Got it. At this moment, Ning Tian's eyes lit up. He thought of an item that he had not used before. It would work wonders if he could put it here. Then, with a flip of his hand, an item that was lying quietly in his storage ring suddenly appeared on his hand. It was the transparent primordial hat that he had obtained earlier. The effect of this item was simple and clear. It was to put on the hat and forgive himself. Ning Tian, I'm telling you. Bai Liu doesn't need you to save her. I'll do it myself. The Death Lord gritted her teeth and looked at Ning Tian angrily. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw Ning Tian's hand moved slightly and a transparent hat fell on her head. However, the strange thing was that the anger in his heart had suddenly vanished into thin air. Forget it. Looking at Ning Tian again, the Death Lord suddenly lost her temper. She frowned and could only sigh helplessly. When I come again next time, can you help me open the entrance to the Earth Spirit World? Seeing that the transparent primordial hat worked, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief and then looked at the Death Lord and asked. But, when will it be? The Death Lord nodded slightly and asked. Soon. Ning Tian murmured, perhaps, in less than a year, or even, sooner. I got it. However, Ning Tian, I have to remind you of something. The Earth Spirit World today is not the same as before. The Death King frowned slightly as he looked at Ning Tian. What do you mean? Ning Tian's eyes glinted. According to my master, an uninvited guest has arrived in the Earth Spirit World. Perhaps, the entire Earth Spirit World will undergo an earth-shaking change because of her arrival. However, this is only a possibility. Anyway, when you go, you must be careful. The Death Overlord reminded. Your master? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. He is the master of the Earth Spirit World. I didn't expect your master to be such an existence. However, who is this so-called uninvited guest? Even the master of the Earth Soul World is unable to drive it out. This, the Death Overlord's voice faltered. She shook her head and said, my master is extremely afraid of her. If he really wants to fight, he will not be a match for her. According to my master, she is very strong. Moreover, the aura on her body is something he has never seen before. Hearing the Death Overlord's words, Ning Tian fell into silence. What kind of uninvited guest would have such an ability? Forget it. When I go to the Earth Spirit world, I will know. Anyway, I will be careful. Ning Tian nodded slightly. He was now somewhat curious about the uninvited guest. The Death Overlord's strength was already at the ancient god sovereign level. Then, the master of the Earth Spirit world must also be at the same level. However, if even such an existence did not dare to attack the uninvited guest, then who was she? It seemed that these doubts could only be answered when he went to the Earth Spirit world. When you go to the Earth Spirit world, just come to the Black Earth Death Mountain to find me. The Death Overlord said to Ning Tian. As soon as she finished speaking, she thought of something. She gritted her teeth and stared at Ning Tian. However, if you dare to say something about my heart in the Black Earth Death Mountain again, I will never open the door for you. Obviously, although she was forgiven by the forgiveness hat, the Death Overlord was still brooding over this matter. Ha ha. Hearing this, Ning Tian laughed and said, "Don't worry. It's just a pity." "What's a pity?" The Death Overlord frowned. "It's a pity that you have to guard the entrance of the Earth Spirit world. Otherwise, I would have tricked you into the Tianmo cult." Ning Tian rubbed his chin and said with a look of pity. The Death Overlord was an ancient god sovereign. She must be very strong to be used as a tool. "Screw you. In your dreams." The Death Overlord rolled her eyes at him. Ha ha. The two of them talked about old times again. "All right. It's almost time to go. Death Overlord. I'll see you later." Ning Tian smiled at the Death Overlord. Without hesitation, he stepped into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only the Death Overlord was left in the main hall of the Death Palace. She sighed. "Ning Tian, you must bring Bai Liu back from the Earth Soul world." Although the Death Overlord knew that her master wanted to cultivate Bai Liu to be the next master of Earth Spirit, from a selfish point of view, she did not want Bai Liu to become the next master of Earth Spirit. Because, once Bai Liu became the master of Earth Spirit, although he would have great power, he would lose his freedom and laughter. He would become an emotionless puppet. In this case, she would rather Bai Liu get rid of the Earth Spirit world. Therefore, she could only pin all her hopes on Ning Tian. Sigh. A faint sigh dissipated in the darkness. After Ning Tian came out of the Black Soil Death Mountain, he exerted all his strength and headed toward the endless sea area of the Firmament Territory. This was his last journey in the Firmament Territory. He had already come up with a crazy idea. Before, he had become half the master of the Nether Black Tortoise. The Nether Black Tortoise was a lock placed in the Raging Sea area by the ancient god Yun Tu. As half the master of the Nether Black Tortoise, he now had the skill of changing the lock core. Could he change the lock core of the Nether Black Tortoise? If the people of the ancient god Yun Tu wanted to enter the place where the Raging Sea Raging Waves was sealed, they had to have the key in their hands to open the lock of the Nether Black Tortoise. If he changed the core of the lock, would the people of the ancient god Yun Tu not be able to enter the place where the Raging Sea Raging Waves was sealed? By then, he would be the only one who could enter the Raging Sea area. He could also slowly remove the ancient god Yun Tu's right to control the Raging Sea area. By then, the 4 Raging Sea area would be under his control. A few minutes later, a figure slowly appeared in the sky above the endless sea area. This is. When Ning Tian appeared here and looked at the giant in front of him, he suddenly frowned. The Nether Black Tortoise's giant body had already appeared above the endless sea area. Raging waves and strong winds were blowing around it. Could it be the people of the ancient god Yun Tu had come? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.